Currently, we've got over 140 exhibitors on ground at the university. In different categories. And then we've got the official opening that will take place tomorrow. In the evening tomorrow, there's a grand concert. So if you want to shake a little bit and energize your creativity, that's the place to go, you know. And then on Thursday, we focus on specific thematic areas where we bring stakeholders to reflect in panel discussions and keynote presentations. The CEO of KCB will be giving a keynote speech tomorrow on Thursday morning. And then we've got panel discussions around thematic areas like SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the future of universities, and so on and so forth. And then on Friday, we've got a pitching session. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives has cooperated with us over the last several months, and they've put together a set of top-in-the-range startups who will be pitching before we close at about 1 o'clock on Friday.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a very comprehensive brief. And one of the main things that has always been coming up is funding. And I'd like to bring in Ronnie Osumba for this, because you're the Youth Enterprise Development Fund board chairperson. How far can you go in terms of funding these creative ideas that Dr. Omwansa is talking about?
Thanks for having us on, Trevor.
Yeah.
First and foremost, let me just say I think it's a fantastic job that Dr. is doing. I've been involved with him all along, in different capacities. First with Safaricom in the first year, second with Oracle in the second year, now with Youth Fund. So I think it's a natural synergies that we have. But I mean, absolutely, innovation and creativity is one of the spaces that I think the government needs to continuously invest in. We obviously are not able to create sufficient formal jobs, and therefore we need to partner with people like Dr. and the university to create more space for young people to innovate. You know, recently, last week I think it was, I was in Kakamega, and we all know Kakamega is the home of cane eaters, and these young people who have come up with very innovative mobile cane crushers that creates, you know, juice on the streets. It's amazing. I mean, they've done a fantastic job. It's great innovation, but they do not have the support to then convert that into, you know, a commercialized innovation. So we absolutely have a role to play, identifying partners who can help with the research and the development, because again, we don't want to put in money after bad innovation, if there's anything like bad innovation, right? But we want to create that. The second thing we need to do, I think, as government and specifically as the Youth Fund, and this is something we're already pushing through, is that we need to have enough funds set aside for failure. You know, I think, you know, and I see my colleague from KCB agreeing with me, I think the credit space within this economy is so stringent that we do not invest in failure. We always insist on money back. That if I give you my money, I absolutely want to get my money back. But we are beginning to have this new thinking that investing in innovation and creativity will mean that we take some certain amount of risk and are willing to accept some bit of failure.
Yeah, and Eddie, Ronnie is bringing a very important subject, the risk involved. Yeah. How does the banks expect to navigate that sort of thing, so that even if you fund a particular innovation and it doesn't pick up the way it was expected, then you don't exactly auction everything that young man has?
No, absolutely not. And I think just to comment from my colleague's comment, there's nothing like a bad innovation. There's only learnings from the innovation. And I think if you take that perspective even into funding those ideas and seeing how you can support those ideas, then you change your risk appetite and you start investing in the right things. The incubation of that business, really understanding if there's potential in that business to generate revenue, and the risk profile significantly changes if you're able to give them support, and if you're willing, I think, as an institution to say we want to learn. So those are the things we have to look at. But we're very happy to be part of University of Nairobi's Innovation Week. The bank has been around for 120 years. We've been innovating all the way through, but customer expectations over the years have significantly grown. So we're really excited about the great ideas we can pick out from this Innovation Week. We're passionate about two things, youth and technology, and sincerely believe that these are the two things that will drive development and growth for the future.
All right. And Professor Evans, also, I know you're widely involved with the students. What are they expecting out of this, and what are you also expecting out of it?
Now, innovation is the engine of growth and development.
Yeah.
And we also know that in any country, the youth are persons who are an economic powerhouse. in terms of ideas, in terms of adoption of new technologies, and so on and so forth. And the whole idea of the Innovation Week is to create a forum where we can be able to sensitize the youth in this country, and indeed other people in the country that have ideas to come forward through the activities of the Innovation Week and what goes on behind the scenes thereafter, be able to link up people with ideas, probably with people that have the funding, and so that this together enables useful, beneficial business startups to get up. And this is really, if you look at developmental paths in the most successful countries all over the world, great ideas start small. And a person with a great idea brought together and assisted to nurture their idea, and that moves mountains economically.
Dr. Taraja, one of the main things that we're trying to focus on here is make sure that the innovations that are created by the young men also translates into jobs. One of the biggest challenges in this country has always been youth employment. How has Finland been able to deal with that? What are some of the things you think we could learn from that?
Well, I think when I was young, everybody wanted to get a job in university or as a diplomat and so forth. But my daughter's generation, they want to have a startup and create a company. So I think that's a very good way of getting into a work life. Of course, then it's a state business, it's the business of society to provide that space. And I think that's the Innovation Week is all about, to giving space, creating opportunities, creating imagination. Where can you go? The world has changed, and the work market has changed, and startups are one part of this, not a solution to everything, but for some it can create job, but it needs the innovation part also to be sustainable.
All right. Dr. Mwanza, one of the main things I've also heard from the youth is that this was my idea and somebody stole it. So there's also the issue of patenting. How are you navigating that to ensure that the ideas that you see remain with the original engineers of the ideas? Because one of the reasons those ideas eventually fail is because when you hear me say something and you pick my idea but you don't know the background of my thinking, then all of a sudden it just stops midway without actually executing the whole thing, because it wasn't your idea to begin with.
Okay, yeah, that's a very valid question, and it's very deep when you think about intellectual property. You see, we have three phases of intellectual property. You will create IP, you will protect IP, and you will exploit IP. Now, it's very easy to create IP and not protect it. And someone else can protect it and exploit it. Now, as long as it has come into public domain, the sense of ownership is lost until and unless you can show documentary evidence of protection. So we've partnered with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives, where the KIPI is based, and they are experts on intellectual property. We are also working with the Intellectual Property Office of the university. On ground in the Innovation Week, we've got specific booths on IP, just expose people on how to protect and exploit that IP. And by the way, there are people who also protect and never exploit it. And therefore it doesn't help anyone. You can probably license it off or spin it off into something else, or whatever you can do. But ideally it should be exploited. It's not enough to protect it. So as part of the education system, and Prof would tell you, is we are reflecting a lot on the way the education is delivered to expose people that it is not enough to generate ideas. It is also important to protect these ideas. Otherwise there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah. Ronnie? What do you make of that? Because I know you're also quite involved with the youth on that particular subject.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of education that needs to be done.
Yeah.
We go around the country telling young people that startup is the way to go, investing in entrepreneurship is the way to go, come up with great ideas, money always follows good ideas. We tell them all these wonderful things. Yeah. But the reality of the day is that young people across the country don't know how to protect their IP. They don't know what processes to undertake. They don't know where to go. They don't know who to talk to. And so I think it's an education that needs to be done, even as we encourage young people to go in this specific direction. Yeah. But we also need to understand that I think a great idea can only be implemented by the carrier of the vision. Right? So we also need to not, hold back people in too much bureaucracy. Because, again, sometimes when we talk about IP and protecting IP, young people then shy off. Because they say, hatutaki ku engage sana na system. So you want to
circumvent the system.
They want to circumvent the system. And we want to encourage, flourishing of these ideas wherever they might be.
Yeah.
Eventually, yes, we need to teach them how to protect their IP, but we need to allow room for that innovation to happen in every little village space.
Eddie?
Yeah, and I think for young people and startups, I think having an idea is brilliant, but to put the word great before it, I think you really need to rely on partnerships. You need to find people who can support the idea and help you carry the vision of that idea all the way to fruition. One of the things I say to young people is, for the bank, for instance, it has access to a customer base, a distribution, and access to capital or investment. So we are probably one of the best partners to really seek out to. But there's also the bit of incubating that startup to getting to understand that, the big players don't come in to take your idea. It's in partnership that this can actually be a great.
But that is also one of the main concerns for the youth, because I, for example, am speaking to you right now, but any ordinary youth from the street and they have an idea, can they get to you?
That's why we have Innovation Week, and that's why we are sponsoring Innovation Week. That's why we're actively participating to reach out and listen to great ideas. Yeah. So I'll ask all youth, other than the party tomorrow, try and get your idea out, and we'll be there to listen out to those great ideas. Right. It's something that our leader and our captain, Joshua, is very passionate about.
Ronnie, you wanted to jump in on that?
Yes, I just wanted to jump in on a thought that he's initiated around incubation. Yeah. I think we need to invest a little bit more on incubation. We are partnering with UN Habitat, for example, Youth Fund, to set up incubation centers across the country. Because one of the things we acknowledge is that young people, even when they have a good idea, or you said an idea, don't know who to go to. Yeah. So they don't know how to form these partnerships that Ed is talking about. Yeah. They don't know who is doing what in the industry. Yeah. So we want to create a single center of incubation across the country, in every county, where young people with an idea can go and seek assistance. Yes. So probably get some consultancy services to help them drive ideation to commercialization.
Dr. Tarja.
Yes, I would also like to promote idea of open source innovations and the kind of innovations that profits everyone. We have collected a book of 100 social innovations from Finland that are really free to copy for everyone. So innovation can be your business and protected international intellectual property, but we also encourage the kind of open source and to everyone that will in the end benefit the whole society.
Yeah, well, Prof, I know you're also involved with the students a lot, and one of the things they say is that I have this idea, but I don't know who to go to, I don't know how to start it, I don't even know how to put it down on paper. I just know I have a concept of what I'm thinking. There's a way I know it can work.
That's right.
Yeah. So how do we help them build the idea, put it on paper, know from step one, this is where you need to start and this is where you expect to end?
Yes, very cool. This basically, as my colleagues are saying, again, is the essence of the Innovation Week. There is the awareness creation, but if you have an idea, there is a structured way that idea can be picked and can be built. That is very, very useful. It's also interesting, yes, I work a lot with students being at university, and I take a lot of courage in the fact that if you read some of the spectacular success stories in the world, they've started in residential, dormitory students. If you look at the IT world, social media, you find roommates at university coming up with an idea, and that idea grows into, look at the billions of shillings in terms of value that have been created by students doing term papers, students doing research at university, and coming out of their apartment. They started as roommates at university, and they now become multi-billionaire directors of big successful companies that have made a difference in the way we communicate all over the world.
Okay.
And so it is very, very important here that whether it is in a university apartment, or whether it is a youth out there that may never make it to university, the Innovation Week and all the things that go with it are meant to give these ideas a chance.
Yeah.
The network of partners is very important, because an idea will not become a great idea, will not see itself to fruition unless you bring the person that has the idea, a person who will provide the technical support for the idea to nurture, the financier who will put in the money at the right time for the idea to mature and become, fully exploited.
Yeah. And Dr. Mwansa, you mentioned this is not the first time this is happening. What were some of the most outstanding innovations you saw in the past? If you can think of maybe 2 or 3.
You want to get him started?
Yeah, I need to go into the archives and bring a list. But just to add onto Prof's observation, you see, the essence of incubation is to help something that is not well formed to take shape. And this is why Ronnie has to run all over the country and make sure that there are incubation centers, which in a systematic way support these ideas to grow. Get them with all the interventions that will come along the way. And then now in the universities, we are encouraging establishment of incubation hubs. At the University of Nairobi, we've got the C4D Lab, which initiated the Innovation Week, and we've got a systematic way of nurturing ideas. So we encourage students to come, and we've got a systematic process of taking them through. Into the ideas that have emerged, or innovations that have emerged out of the previous Innovation Weeks. One, I think I would put them in different categories. I'm not here to pitch for a particular guy, but I think in the context of policy environment, we've now moved in the direction towards centralizing national coordination of incubation programs in Kenya. You see, it's not smart when everyone wakes up and creates an incubation hub. Somebody got to get a sense of what are the needs, what are the strategic directions we're going as a country. Why shouldn't we have an incubation hub next to Lake Victoria that focuses on fish? We don't all have to do tech hubs, And so we're going in a policy direction to try and coordinate that, and we've made significant progress in that direction. We've got a minister, a PS now, who focuses on innovation within the Ministry of ICT. That's in the context of policy. In the context of education, now we've started academic programs that are focused on incubating and nurturing ideas. Things like design thinking have become common. There are a set of innovations that were exhibited in the previous year and have received funding. I do remember Equity Bank in 2015 came on ground and identified one particular product that was very impressive and says, I want to buy several millions worth of this product. We've got startups that now have got partnerships and others absorbed into telcos like Safaricom, and some of them will be pitching their work on Friday. We've got startups that have emerged and now are absorbed into incubation centers like MLab, and so on and so forth. So there's an array of different products that have emerged out of the previous efforts that we've done.
All right. Yeah. And Ronnie, are the youth themselves prepared to take up these opportunities? Because the other issue that has also come up is that the youth are quite nonchalant. They're just waiting for the government maybe to come in and help, or to nomba serikali. They just don't want to do much. Yeah.
I think the youth, of course, is an extremely complex demographic. We need to take time and understand what drives them, what forms their passions, and in doing so, then we try and respond to them in a way that makes sense to them. One of the greatest challenges I think I face today, dealing with a lot of partners across the country, government and non-government, is that the youth space has been commercialized. People acknowledge and appreciate this national crisis that we have in unemployment, but unfortunately a lot of people are commercializing that crisis. And so youth have reached a point where they are actually also a bit distrustful of interventions, in the name of helping them gain employment. That said, nevertheless, I think we need to address two things. One, we need to address the mindset of young people, to make them understand that going forward, the driver for growth and development is going to be innovation. And the more ideas we create, the more opportunities we create for our young people. But secondly, I think our education system also needs to be re-engineered to begin to focus young people not just on looking, forward to completing this, 16 years of education to get a job.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, when you ask young people, averagely, 80% of them will tell you, I expect a job when I'm done with school. We need to begin to shift their minds to begin to think entrepreneurial. But it starts with the education system, and it starts from primary school level.
All right. And Eddie, this is also one of the other things that the youth always bring up. Say I have an idea, you like it. Do I need collateral for you to help me? Because first of all, they don't even have the collateral. Sometimes they are asked for title deeds or something like that, or a logbook of a vehicle. Those are things they can only dream of. And then now the ripple effect of that means that if you don't have enough collateral for that startup, then it means you have to share part of that idea so that it's not 100% owned by you. It's co-owned by somebody else as well.
And I go back to the area of, you will not always have 100% of everything to make an idea great. And today I find that I find youth create a lot of limitations for themselves. Not every youth with an idea has to work with KCB, right? Today technology is cheaper than ever before. Credit is cheaper than ever before. We have a fantastic new product called KCB M-Pesa, where you can go into the M-Pesa menu and you can borrow for as low as 1% and a 2.5% arranging fee. Credit will never be cheaper than it is right now. So, and it's available in your M-Pesa menu. So today you can access however much you need to access. It doesn't need to be 100,000 shillings. It could be 2,000 or 5,000 shillings to start your idea. And I think the youth needs to get started. There's hard work and commitment. But one thing I'll say to youth is, if an idea doesn't work out, don't dwell too much in it. Dust yourself off and get to the next idea or iteration of that idea so that you're able to make progress as you get on.
All right. And Prof, you already alluded to this, and there's a Mushene Kamau on Twitter. He says, is the innovation the future a youth domain only? Why not focus on supporting good innovation ideas and not the age bracket?
Okay, right now, one can see why there's a lot of emphasis about the youth. We're talking about the crisis of employment.
Yeah.
And therefore, when we talk about dealing with that problem, we talk about the youth. But from a business perspective, youth is really not just about how old one is chronologically. There can be people who are my age, but who are young in the mind.
They identify as youth.
Yes, they identify as youth. So in other words, we are not locking out good ideas from people who don't fall in the bracket called the youth.
Yeah.
In other words, everywhere there are ideas which can grow into successful companies, into successful ventures. All those are the kind of ideas that we ought to pick and nurture.
Dr. Taja, the other argument is that employment doesn't just affect the youth, and in the youth in this case, we're talking about 18 to 35. It goes beyond that. So how do we plug that gap?
Of course, innovations and startups, that's one way of creating jobs. As I said, it's not the solution, but it's one of the solutions, and we are very much looking for that. I would also like to comment on the funding and I want to flag that the kind of events that Innovation Week is today. We have in Finland slush, the kind of time of the year, dark outside, slush on the ground. You just want to sit inside and innovate. 20,000 people participating, good ideas, old or young, and the financiers, they come in, they find the good sustainable ideas, and it's a match. So I think Innovation Week is going that direction also, and it's a good platform to move forward.
Yes, something you mentioned about the book. I'd like you to talk us through it more, because you mentioned it in passing. You said there are ideas in there. Can people just borrow them and own them, or what happens? The book you have.
Well, innovation, of course, can be finding technology solution. Like in East Africa, M-Pesa is a good example that has a deep social impact in the whole world, and especially in this region. But the ideas can be also how you organize your society. I just want to mention maternity package that we have had since 30s in Finland. We had one of the highest maternal mortality in the world, and it went to the lowest. Giving a maternal package where the child can sleep in a safe way, the cradle mortality rate went down drastically. The mothers were encouraged to go to maternal clinics where they got this package, otherwise they would have not been entitled to that. And just creating ways of running society, innovations in organizing our lives can really make huge difference.
Okay. And Dr. Mwanza, we are coming to an end on this, but I know this is not the first time you're doing it. What are the challenges you faced previously, and how have you plugged them this time?
First of all, when we put together this concept, we saw it as a 10-year plan to build a global forum in Nairobi. So in some years down the road, it's not about Kenyans gathering together. It's about the whole world knowing that any innovations to do with Kenya and the region is found in Nairobi. Let's go, all right? And we are working in specific ways in that direction. We have a lot of support from the university leadership for that purpose, and we've built very strong partners and sponsors behind it. Now, of course, when we started, some people are confused whether it's a conference, others would tell you it's an exhibition, others think it's a show, you know, and there are all manner of things. And people used to ask, well, young man, what the hell is going on here? You know, so understanding, appreciating. But we were convicted, we know where we're going, and we will carry people along, we will expose and educate people as we go along. Of course, for you to do a good event, you need resources. You know, it's financial, it has a cost implication, and then you need the kind of partners that also buy into it. For me, if you ask me personally, the greatest challenge I got is that I didn't get people who also see it the same way as I see it in their own organization. Look, we're going to announce the date for 2018. All right, at the Innovation Week of 2017. I would like KCB to put it in their calendar. It's not about University of Nairobi, it's not about Kenya, it's about everyone, right? Plan for it and let's gather together so that it is not an event of one institution, it's our own mission as a nation. That's how we will change our education system. The more people talk about it, the more they get involved and so on and so forth.
All right.
And I'm looking more for people fired up to make a contribution and volunteer ideas. It's not good enough also to put resources, financial, and then put a checklist and say, if you make Innovation Week look like this, then that's a good thing. No. That's not how we're going to change the country.
Okay.
It means you and I get together, bring the ideas, what value can we create when we commingle together?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ronnie, we have to give you the chance to give a parting shot to the youth really fast as we wind
Absolutely.
up. Yes.
I mean, young people get very confounded with these very technical terminologies that we throw out from Nairobi. I think the best thing to tell young people is innovation. Innovation is simply a new way of doing something.
Yeah.
It is looking at your local environment in Kakamega, in Lamu, in Wajir, and finding an opportunity, a gap, a need that needs to be addressed, and finding new ways of addressing those needs. That's innovation.
All right.
So the solution, the opportunity for entrepreneurship, the opportunity to innovate actually just lies in your village, probably even in your home.
So you don't have to look too far. Eddie?
No.
Well, yeah, like I said, you know, technology is cheaper than ever before. We've made credit more accessible than ever before. Today, all you need is your phone and you can access the credit. We don't ask people to come for collateral anymore. And I think youth, it's to get very excited about the future, get very inspired about what the future holds, because there will never be a better time than right now to do or execute that idea.
All right, Professor?
Yes. One of the things I'd like to add on to what he said is that innovation is about thinking of new ways of doing things and doing things better. We have talked about ideas here, but Let me look at my institution, University of Nairobi. Look at universities in this country and funding universities. For a long time, public universities have always believed that they are best funded by looking to treasury and getting everything coming in to get these universities moving.
All right.
With globalization in the sector, probably time has come for serious thought regarding financial innovation. How can we better fund our public universities?
Okay.
Obviously, the traditional mode of government fully funding its public universities is a thing of the past.
Okay.
The paradigm for funding public universities that was of that type may have been the vogue in the 60s and 70s. In the 80s, it ran into problems. In the 90s, serious problems. And in this century here, you become a dinosaur as a public university if you look to treasury and expect 100% funding.
So will the University of Nairobi be able to bridge the gap that they're facing right now?
This is the challenge here, and that is why we're talking about not only innovation in terms of ideas, coming up with new products. It is important we also address the issue of financial innovation. In what other ways can University of Nairobi, in what other ways can other public universities innovatively mobilize resources
And generate their own income.
and generate their own income, become self-sustaining?
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Tarja, parting shot.
Yes, partnerships, innovation, curiosity. I think that's what we need to move the world better direction.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Tarja Fernandez, Ambassador of Finland, Edin Disho, Head of Digital Finance Services at KCB, Ronald Sumba, Youth Enterprise Development Fund Board Chairperson, Dr. Tonio Mwansa from the University of Nairobi is also the CEO of Nairobi Innovation Week, and Professor Evans Aosa from the University of Nairobi. And I thank you for making time this morning. And if you have any idea out there, you know it's happening at the University of Nairobi throughout this week. Go there with just the idea. You will be given everything you need to know. We're taking a short break on NTV today. We'll be back with much more. Remember, the Devolution conference is still happening in Nakuru. We'll be going there next in just a bit. Stay with us. Naivasha, where the 4th annual Devolution conference is taking place. All the 47 governors are expected there. The President, Uhuru Kenyatta, is also expected there to officially launch that event right now. Those who are live with Bridget Singana and Nimrod Tabu from NTV are also covering the event live. Let's cross over to them right now. Bridget, what's happening?
My classmate at law school said that the people are not feeling.
Yes, thank you, Trevor. And ongoing at the panel discussions here at the 4th Devolution Conference. This being a conference bringing together, as earlier mentioned, the governors, the senators, the civil society, as well as the public, coming to discuss and take stock of what devolution has done for Kenya in the last 4 years. On the stage are various panelists from the Kenya Manufacturers Association. We have Governor Wycliffe Oparanya with the Deputy Governor from Kisii County, as well as a Mwananchi, engaging and talking about how devolution has helped in terms of improving the cost of business, doing business at the county level, not just for those big investors, but also for the local Wananchis who are working daily and to make their lives better. So this is what has been ongoing, but we are, in a sense, waiting for the head of state. President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to come in any moment from now, and he will be the one to officially commence the 4th Devolution Conference that is taking place here at the Kenya Wildlife Service Training Institute in Naivasha, Nakuru County. I now take you to the panel discussions taking place on stage.
I don't think he said business. Sometimes it's individuals. It's individuals because business community, what we do, we participate through the business member organizations we have, like the association, the Chamber of Commerce, and we use those platforms. But what we would like is the county governments to engage us, include us in the county budget and economic forum, as I said. But let me weigh in on some of the comments made. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate the country in improving in ease of doing business. I agree with Governor Kidero that we are the most improved country in Africa in ease of doing business for 2 years in a row. So we are definitely on the right track. But from your comments, I think we can harmonize this across all counties because there are things Nairobi is doing which everyone else might not be doing. So in the next phase, if we ensure that we harmonize it across all counties, it will be good for all of us. Then we need to move beyond the ease of doing business to the cost of doing business. We need to move from the ease of doing business to the cost of doing business, because it might be easy to do business but still expensive to do it. So that's when we look at the specific taxes and levies. Are they necessary? What service are they delivering? Can we look at options for revenue enhancement beyond taxing people? Can we spur industrialization so that in effect we have a very vibrant economy that is contributing to taxes? And last but not least, can we get the informal sector into the tax net? Because if you look at the numbers in manufacturing, for example, there are only about 300,000 employees in the formal sector and 2.4 million employees in the informal sector. So it's very evident that the informal sector is quite vibrant, but can we move informality into formality so that people pay taxes and participate in business? The other issue is on public participation. I think the spirit of the Constitution is quite clear that all sovereign power belongs to the people, so involving the people is critical. The Ministry of Devolution issued county public participation guidelines last year. So I think if we look at this, we can get some ideas on how to do public participation. And in the laws that were mentioned by Governor Oparanya, the ones developed jointly with the Commission, CAM, and CRA, a public participation bill is actually one of the bills that has been drafted for all the 47 counties. And if you look at it, it goes nitty-gritty to how the small businesses participate, the Mwananchi, because even the Mwananchi who's not a businessman should be involved in governance. So we could look at the guidelines from the Ministry of Devolution and the laws that we drafted. On funding of devolution, it's important that the counties get more funding because it's true that some of the funding they're getting currently might not be able to address and meet all the needs at the county level. Lastly, on waste management, because that came up, there's need to come up with better policies for waste management, where we are that are manufactured, but this excess does not make its way into waste management. So maybe we need to look at that and see how we can have a fund for waste management that the county governments can utilize on the same. And then lastly, I'll mention the need for us to spur industrialization and value addition at the counties. We're an agricultural economy and we can't be exporting raw materials from our country. We need to figure out how within each county we can process of doing that will create the jobs, because someone talked about jobs. How do we create jobs at county level? by having industries at those counties. And that way we can talk about inclusive economic growth. Otherwise, we'll keep talking about growth, but it won't touch the Mwananchi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, remember, industrialization, as has been said by the CAM CEO, is the future, and has been said in many fora. And I'm sure even you, as you chair your planning committee at COG, and as you are a governor, you also know that industrialization is a savior for this economy. Let's start from that. What have you done? What can you do? What needs to be done?
Yeah, industrialization, obviously, even if you look at the Vision 2030, if this country has to move to the next level, industrialization is very, very, very important. However, as counties, our problem has been finances to do most of these issues. I don't know if you know that even this budget that has been prepared, if you look at the national budget, is about 2.6 trillion. And most of it is credit. While the county government's budget, which is mostly is cash, 100%, is just about 281, which is 10%. So you can see that 10% of the budget is now devolved to the counties, 47 counties. So the finances that we get is actually not adequate. And I'm happy to have Peter here, the senator, and I think this is the most objective senator that I've come across who has supported devolution, because some of them, when they came in, they never supported devolution at all. They started fighting devolution, and because of that, we are some steps back because of the Senate. But I hope with many of them coming up, and many of them now want to be governors, I'm sure that next time we shall have senators that will support the governors. But let me also comment on communication. Communication for public participation has been an issue. And this is the first time we are trying it. But most counties have applied for radio station, local radio station. I don't know if there is any county here that has got a license. We have been denied a license. For sure, me, Kakamega, I have applied 100 times. I have not been given a license. For what reason, I don't know. And I'm told that legislation is coming up. It has taken 4 years for legislation to come up. But we need it to communicate in the local language.
As a radio practitioner, I've been in radio for close to 20 years. I'll tell you, just having a radio license can keep people listening.
The live proceedings there from Naivasha, where the 4th annual Devolution conference is being held right now. It's the inaugural county governments. They're meant to be dissolved in August. That's when the elections is supposed to kick in. It's a 3-day conference. It's being held at the Kenya Wildlife Service Training Institute in Naivasha. That's in Nakuru County. Our very own Bridget Ngana and Nimrod Tambo covering that event live, and you're still staying there. We'll be heading there in just a bit. Now, in 2016, President Kenyatta, his deputy William Ruto, and senators, only 3 of them attended that particular function, and they missed the 3rd Devolution conference in Meru County at a time when there was mutual suspicion between the national and county governments. This time, at least all the 47 governors and the senators are expected there. William Ruto on Thursday closed the conference with the opposition leader Raila Odinga expected to speak on the same day. That's last year. But right now, as we speak, the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, is expected to attend that conference that's happening in Naivasha right now. Let's listen into what's happening.
But what is critical, more funds should go to the counties, and you'll see a big difference.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Now, Mwananchi, Esther Nyukabi.
Okay.
You heard what the governors have said, you heard what your fellow business persons have said, you heard what your customers on the ground say. What? Yes.
There was one thing we did not respond to. the issue of delayed payments from contractors. Let me make this very clear. You see, county governments get funds from the national treasury, and we disperse or we pay these funds to our contractors when we get the funds. Now, for example, today most counties have not gotten funds for January. Most counties are dealing with funds for December, and now we're approaching March. So sometimes we give out contracts, we give out work, expecting to pay when we get money from national government, but the disbursement from national government delays. So we delay in paying contractors because we have not been paid from the national government, and the contractors blame us. And people out there are keen in saying, oh, county government XYZ is not paying the contractors. We are not paying because we have not been paid by the national government. So we ask for indulgence. We expect that the public will understand that we disperse these funds when we get the money.
That's true in some cases. However, I've also had in very many other cases where some counties have not paid for 3 years, or 1.5 months, more than 1 year, that's more than 2 months. You see, if that happens, then that whole confidence level drops. And that's why I think if Murio is from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, would like to actually address that point.
Yeah, yes, 30 seconds. I think I agree with the governor to a certain extent, but to a large extent, I think the county government's priorities sometimes are mixed up. And I think that's why we want to fix that, so that you pay the business community and they in turn can pay your taxes. Because contrary to that, then you're shooting yourselves in the toe. You can't collect the tax if you haven't paid me. That's all we're saying as business community. Thanks.
Asante sana. Good advocacy. And I'm sure you've had the point. Just a response to that in 30 seconds.
I agree with him completely. We will have a situation whereby we pay the business community so that they can pay taxes. But we also want them to understand that we cannot pay when we have the money. If we don't have the money, we can't pay when we don't have the money. It's a question of what comes first, the chicken or the chicken.
Vicious cycle indeed.
Thank you.
I'm sure there's a conversation that can be had further, and every other day we can keep having this until we get a solution, because we must find a solution. Businesses must thrive, counties must conduct business, counties need services offered by businesses. Esther.
Okay, for me, I can say thank you. Devolution has done work. Wamefanya kazi mzuri. No, kuna kazi ambazo kama mwananchi wa kawaida ambaye ajeelewa. Sometimes Mama Boga, I'm here because of Mama Boga. Huyu mwananchi mdogo anatoa boga zake Kinangop, anakata tax Kinangop, na akikuja mahali hapa anakata tax ingine, na akiweka chini anakata tax ingine. I can say this for tomorrow. We have to look way forward. Tutasaidia huyu Mama Boga namna gani? Akitoa boga zake Kinangop, akija hapa askalipe more than ile faida anapata. Kwa nini? Huyu mama, the business ambaye ako nao mahali pale ndio tarajio lake la maisha yake. Public participation, vile tumesema. For me, tungeweza sema we can call all the groups wakati kuna jambo mnataka tupitishe. No, for now, ukiona wakati they are doing, wanalete kitabu ya 8 pages and you're waiting for me nikae hapo chini zile 8 pages nisome na niende niuze sukuma. Nitakula nini jioni? We have to change. Even 2 days or days, or you go to groups. Leo unajua tomorrow there is a market pale katika soko. Go to that market. Waambie, waulize maswali. And then you go and you draft yourself. Vile mnataka kudraft kulingana na vile mwananchi amesema. Don't come there one day, 8 pages, and you want me to say yes. I cannot say yes. Nitakata. Secondly, there is time. Siwezi tupa wakati wangu mahali pale. Because I'm a father, I'm the mother. When I sit there, I'm wasting my time and I'm looking for my money. Okay, I want to say this. Okay, I want to say this, my friend here. As business women, ama mwananchi yule mdogo, pale mashinani Wanjiko, tunategemea hii pesa ambayo unataka mimi nilipe tax, iende kwa county. Nikilipa hii pesa iende kwa county, na ngojea pia nanyi mnirudishie back. Wakati unarudisha back, unarudisha kidogo. Haurudishi mingi, unarudisha kidogo. Unastahili kurudisha mingi ili na mimi nifanye biashara kubwa niweze kukulipa tax. I want this for the future. tukitoa taxes ziende mahali pale, tunafanyiwa budgeting vile mnafanyanga every year. Hiyo pesa tunaulizwa mwananchi, tumepata katika county ya sub county ya Naivasha, we have this amount, what do you want us to do with it? Si ipatiwe MCA anaenda anafanya mambo yake, na yule mtu akona right ya kufanya na hiyo pesa ni mwananchi. Sasa mwananchi apatiwe nafasi, MCA ndio anapatiwa nafasi. Ningetaka mwananchi mwenyewe apatiwe nafasi ya kufanyia the money budget, sio MCA afanyie budget. Lastly, ningetaka tukisema 2007, last time 2007 tulikuwa katika violence, na ile violence ilifanya watu wengi sana wakaumia, wengine wakachotwa wakakosa mali yao. County government ni nini wamepanga for this 2017 tukiangalia devolution kwa sababu ya amani? What are we doing? Kwa sababu huu mwananchi kidogo wa Njiko ndio anaogojewa mahali pale, na vita ikitokea kama hapa Naivasha, you know Naivasha very well, ikitokea unaona maua imefungwa, kazi zimeisha, mama boga ile boga yake alikuwa anauza pia naye anafunga. Where am I going to go? Kama mimi mama sukuma nitaenda wapi? I think county government, devolution, they have to do something about the peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aston Yokabi. I'd like all of you to please applaud my panel this morning. Starting with Phyllis Wakiaka, CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, His Excellency Josh Mangi, the Deputy Governor of Kisii County, Esther Yokabi, who's a business lady in Naivasha Sub-County, His Excellency Wycliffe Oparanya, who is the Governor for Kakamega and the Chair of the Council of Governors Finance and Planning Committee, and Senator Mositet, who was here to represent his colleague Bill Okero, who was to be our speaker this morning. A round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen. And as I welcome the conference facilitators back on stage, my name is Eric Latif. Thank you very much. I'd like us to end with this. We agree that devolution is working, right? We are going to declare that devolution is working. And where it's not working, we will make it work. So let's say it with me. Devolution is working. And where it's not working, we will make it work. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Latif. Let's clap for them again. And again. For those who would like to use Wi-Fi here, check your Wi-Fi. It's Telecom Wireless. And the password is Devolution 2017. In the morning, and before we go to the opening session, I think Mwananchi has summarized the feelings of everyone in the country and how the ordinary Mwananchi feels about the devolution. Mwananchi says it is very difficult to read a document of 80 pages and expect that Mwananchi to concentrate and do other things that they are supposed to do. And I think that's a feeling that resonates with quite a number of people, that we have got to communicate and communicate effectively. We have been told participation is having a challenge, but that challenge participation is experiencing is a challenge of our own indifference. Are people not paying attention to laws and making of laws, and then later on complaining when the laws are being applied? Now we are moving to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and the session now is the opening session. We skipped a session in the morning because everyone was not around, and we shall begin with a short choir entertainment, a short entertainment, then we go to welcoming remarks from Nakuru County, remarks by the Senator, Nakuru County, a chairperson of the county assemblies, and also remarks by His Excellency, the Deputy, the Governor, the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, in that order. So I'll ask the choir to come and give us a short entertainment for about just under 1 minute, if not more than 1 minute. 1 or 2 minutes maximum. Otherwise, Mwananchi will take you out.
Live proceedings there from Naivasha, where the 4th annual Devolution conference is being held. This is the last one just before the elections. We're still following proceedings there live for you. We'll go back in just a bit. But for now, let's cross over to Leila Mohammed, who's at the Court of Appeal, where the doctors' strike issue is supposed to be addressed. There's supposed to be a report from the mediators who were speaking earlier on to find out what they resolve so far. Let's listen into what's happening right now.
From the president of this country, and we want to appreciate the role played by the president of this country. And we want to thank him for that, because he has shown that he has the concerns and the interest of doctors and Kenyans in his heart. However, we note the form of frustration from the county governments. We have agreed on the CBA, on the text. We've been talking about this document for long. And we have amended the 2013 CBA to reflect the current structures, as they were saying. Again, having agreed, and they have been with us all through in the process in the room. Then they say again that they are not ready to sign. They want a whole 30 days to sign, really, a signature. As a union, we are ready, and as you can see, I am ready with my pen. And the document is ready and has been agreed upon. So now the ball is squarely in the court of the county governments. Let them tell us when they are ready to end this strike. As can be due, we are ready. The county governments want to prolong this strike for the reasons which we don't know. And we appreciate the wisdom of the court of giving directions that in the next few days until Monday, the county governments assemble wherever they are. We are informed all of them are in Naivasha as we speak. We are ready to go there even now. And we sign all these documents. We signed this CBA, registered in court, and our doctors are ready to go back to work. But the CBA has to be signed and be registered in court. So we want to inform Kenyans that KMBDU has been doing this in good faith, and we have demonstrated that we have done this in good faith. Now the county governments are showing us that they are not doing it in good faith, and we ask them to come to the table. Let's finish this. Thank you.
Any burning questions?
Maybe a quick Swahili comment on the same.
Quick Swahili comment.
Yes.
Yes, Aiza.
Sasa.
Tupatie translation.
Longa tu mkataba wa makubaliano.
Mkataba is the same as Mkataba is
Muktaba. Mkataba. Not maktaba. Maktaba is library. It's a library of issues of conditions of work.
Okay, the mkataba.
Yeah.
CBA because you've popularized it.
All right. 1 minute. Sasa
naongea Kiswahili.
Tusemesane, si ndio?
Haya, lugha ya taifa, lugha sanifu basi.
Habari ya nyinyi. Habari yetu sote.
Channel gani?
It's logged since I spoke in Swahili.
Nimewatisha. Ndio mnafahamu ujue gani kwa free.
Okay.
Siongee. 11:30.
Sawa, tuendelee.
Shtera standby.
Nimeweka kwa 1
Ni live, sita. Lazima tukue patient kidogo.
Shtera.
Sawa.
Sauti kwa sawa.
Muungano wa madaktari hapa nchini Kenya leo imekuja kotini tena kwa jukumu la mention ya kesi ya mgomo wa madaktari ambao tumejua imeshapita miezi 3 sasa. Na kwa saizi sisi kama muungano wa madaktari tumekuwa na mazungumzo ambayo imekuwa ikiongozwa na viongozi wa kidini, na sisi tungependa sana kuwashukuru kwa kazi ambao wamefanya. Tungependa sana pia kushukuru ile kazi rais ameingilia kati, na kwa saizi tunasema ya kwamba mkataba ama CBA ya madaktari ambayo tumeiangalia tukairekebisha iko tayari kuwa signed, na sisi tunasema wale serikali za county isije ika prolonged vile Wakenya wanateseka, kwa sababu sisi kama muungano wa madaktari tuko tayari kutia sahihi sahizi leo, kesho, lakini hao lazima waseme wanataka lini ndio Wakenya wapate madaktari hospitali. Madaktari wako tayari, lakini madaktari hawatarudi kazi bila hiyo CBA kutiwa sahihi na kuletwa kotini kwa registration. Asanteni sana. Kuna masuala mingi sana lakini sio marekebisho ya kutoa zile maneno ile tulikuwa nayo kwa 2013 CBA. Ni marekebisho ya kuangalia sekta vile ugatuzi ama devolution, pia kuangalia maneno hivi na pale ya training ama mafundisho ya madaktari. Sasa hizo yote watu watajua vile itakuwa, alafu hata Wakenya wamekuwa wakingoja sana, watajua hii vita ilikuwa vita yao, wataanza kusoma na wajue vile madaktari pia wataajiriwa kwa mahospitali yao. Asante.
Ni kweli kwamba mmeitikia wito wa pengine kuitisha nyongeza mshahara isiyozidi?
Live proceedings there from the Supreme Court, where KMPDU officials speaking right now is the Secretary General, that's Oumo Luga. Earlier on was the chairman of KMPDU, Samuel Oroka, and they're squarely putting the ball in the court of the counties. They say the CBA has been rectified, they're ready to sign. It's upon the governors to sign. Speaking of the governors, they're holding a devolution conference in Naivasha, that's in Nakuru County, right now as we speak. Our very own Nimrod Tabu and Bridget Singana is following proceedings there. President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to go there today, any time from now, and is supposed to commission the 4th annual devolution conference. This is the last conference before the elections. Now, last year, the president and his deputy and some senators skipped the particular devolution conference that happened in Meru because of the mutual suspicion that was going on between the county and the national government. During the proceedings of today's function, a lot has come up, most of it being the important part of funding, and the counties are complaining that sometimes they don't receive money from the county, from the national government, and that is the reason why sometimes they delay paying the contractors who are there, and then they're blamed that they don't pay them in time, but that's because they have not been receiving the money. One other issue that came up from a lady who identified herself as Wanjiku is the issue of taxation on the county government. And she said that there's a lot of paperwork that comes through to them, and it is expected that they go through maybe a book of 80 pages and get the best decision. And that is not going to happen, considering they don't have enough time to ensure that they go back to their businesses. And therefore, she was essentially drumming in the issue of effective communication from those people. Now, the main issue they're concerned there is that there's a lot of back and forth between the national government and the county government. But usually this particular devolution conference theme is transforming lives and telling your story. The idea there is that most people say that devolution is still working, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. The conference is bringing together 47 governors, senators, members of parliament, members of county assemblies, investors and other business people, both local and international, are expected to go to Naivasha today. They're expected there. Over 6,000 local international participants are also expected there, same as the president, who's expected to be there. And the deputy president is expected to close that particular conference on Thursday. And opposition leader Raila Odinga is also expected to give a speech there on the devolution issue. Yesterday, during the burial of Nderitu Gachagua, the President Uhuru Kenyatta and opposition leader Raila Odinga agreed that something needs to be done to ensure that the devolution wheels are gelled so that there is effective communication and also effective reach to the people on the ground. Nimrod Tabu and Bridget Singana following those events live for you. That's happening in Naivasha right now. It's the 4th annual Devolution Conference, and like I mentioned earlier, this is the last time it's happening before the elections come August. Most of those same governors are still happening. They're still running for the seat. Some senators are also running to unseat the current governors, but that will be decided in August. Nimrod Tabu is standing by to give us the latest from there. Nimrod, what's happening right now?
Naam, asante sana Trevor Ombija. Kama tulivyokuarifu, tuko hapa bado katika taasisi ya mafunzo ya huduma kwa wanyamapori maarufu KWS katika mji wa Naivasha, si mbali sana na mji huu wa Naivasha ambao unavutia na kupendeza katika kaunti hii ya Nakuru, hapa ambapo kunaandaliwa kongamano la 4 la ugatuzi. Tangu ugatuzi uanze kutekelezwa, huu ni mwaka 4 wanaosherekea. Mkutano wa kwanza ulikuwa kaunti ya Kwale, wa pili ukafuatia katika kaunti ya Kisumu, wa tatu ambao ulikuwa mwaka uliopita ulikuwa katika kaunti ya Meru. Safari hii mkutano huu bila shaka umeandaliwa hapa katika kaunti ya Nakuru, na hivi sasa naungana naye gavana wa Trans Nzoia. Karibu sana katika NTV, na pengine nikuulize maswali machache tu. Karibu sana bana Patrick Kaemba, ni gavana wa kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Nafikiri hivi leo kwenu nyie ni siku ya kujivunia miaka 4 ya ugatuzi. Pengine nianze na kitu gani ambacho watu wa Trans Nzoia, maanake Trans Nzoia ni kubwa, mji wa Kitale kwa ujumla, kitu gani ambacho wewe pamoja na wakazi wa kule mnajivunia tangu ugatuzi uanze kutekelezwa?
Ugatuzi umefanya kazi sana, ushahidi wake ni mkubwa. Kwa mfano, mji wa Kitale kwa sasa biashara imeendelea kabisa. Magari saa hii tuna traffic jam Kitale. Mijengo mpya imetokezea nyingi sana. Tuseme tangu pesa zianze kuja mashinani, wafanya biashara wengi wamepata nafasi ya kufanya biashara na serikali. Na pesa sasa zimeingia mashinani, sio kukaa Nairobi peke yake. Mbali na hayo, tuna mipango yenye imefanyika ya maendeleo. Mimi nataka kuchukua kama kilimo. Sisi ni watu wanategemea kilimo. Nilipoingia ofisi, uvunaji wa mahindi ulikuwa umepungua tangu kutoka magunia 30 kwa ekari moja mpaka magunia 10-15. Kwa haraka tukafanya utafiti, tukapata udongo una makali, yani acidity. Na sisi kama county tunaagiza mbolea imeandikwa Trans Nzoia kutoka, inaitwa Mavuno. Hii mbolea inachanganywa na madini na inachanganywa na hiyo chokaa ambayo inasaidia madini. Mavuno imeanza kwenda juu vile tunavyozungumza. Tumeanza tena ukulima mpya unaitwa conservation agriculture. Wakati huu wa climate change, mvua haikuji vile inavyotarajia. Hii mtindo utasaidia kuweka maji kwa mchanga na kurudisha rotuba. Na tumenunua vyombo vipya. Tumeanzisha kahawa, tumeanzisha ndizi, tumeanzisha avocado. Yaani kusema wananchi wasitegemee mahindi peke yake. Ukiangalia upande wa barabara, mimi nimenunua greda 10, 2 katika kila sub county. Kazi yake ni kukaa huko kutengeneza hizo barabara za mashinani, wananchi waweze kusafiri na kusafirisha bidhaa zao bila shida. Mambo ya hospitali, nimeandika wafanyikazi 466. Nilipoingia tulikuwa na madaktari 11, sasa niko na 35, ingawa wako kwenye mgomo. Tuseme zahanati zote saa hizi zina nurses wa kutosha, tuna madawa ya kutosha, tuna ambulance 6 mpya. Nimezirekebisha ile hospitali ya district hospital, imekuwa kama mpya. Na ninajenga hospitali mpya ya vitanda 350, imefika 80% ishe.
Bila shaka ni baadhi ya ahadi ambazo ulikuwa umetoa kwa wakazi wa Trans Nzoia, hususan kuweza kuwatimizia haja zao, lakini pengine tuzungumzie changamoto, manake si wengi waliokumbatia ugatuzi hapo awali. Je, unasemaje kuhusu hawa ambao walikuwa wakosoaji? Wengi wao nimesikia wakitajwa hapa kwamba baadhi yao walikuwa ni maseneta, na kukawa na wengine kwamba waliokuwa na maoni kwamba ugatuzi hautakuwa utatekelezwa kimakini na magavana ambao wako ofisini.
Tulipoanza ugatuzi, watu wengi walifikiria itafanya kazi kama popcorn. Popcorn ukiweka kwenye moto, iko tayari kula. Hawakufikiria kwamba itakuwa ni process, kwamba itauzisha
kujenga institutions, itahusisha kujenga capacity, itahusisha kufanya planning na kupata fedha za kutosha kwanza kutekeleza. Ndipo ukaona watu wengine walitukosoa sana, na wengi wao ni wale walikuwa wanaishi Nairobi wakifaidika kutoka Nairobi. Hawakutaka hizi faida zisambazwe mashinani, lakini kwa sasa tuseme wale walitukosoa wameona aibu kubwa sana. Unapoingia sehemu yoyote, mji kama Kitale ulikuwa mji wa giza, saa hizi ni mji ambao una mataa ya kutosha. Biashara ilikuwa inafunga saa 12, saa hizi biashara inafunga saa 5, saa 6, watu bado wanaendelea na biashara. Hii ni maendeleo makubwa sana. Nilisema fedha sasa hazikai Nairobi. Wafanyi biashara wetu na wale wadogo pia sasa wameanza kuwa wakubwa. Hivi karibuni sehemu kama Kitale na zingine zitaweza kujitosheleza kwa njia fulani. Ugatuzi unafanya kazi. Wale waliopinga ugatuzi walikuwa na mambo yao ya kando, hawakuwa na mambo ya mwananchi. Ugatuzi umekuja karibu na mwananchi, fedha kiasi kidogo kimekuja karibu na mwananchi.
Kama magavana, kuna wakati ambapo mlikuwa mkilalamika, hata hivi sasa katika kikao hiki bado kuna lalama kwamba fedha hazifiki kwa wakati kutoka kwa serikali kuu. Vile vile hilo linawafanya nyinyi kushindwa kuwalipa wale ambao wanawafanyia kazi, kwa kimombo tunasema suppliers, na wengi wao wanatoa malalamishi haya. Tueleze kama hilo tatizo linaelekea kutatuliwa, na ni vipi nyinyi mtaweza kuwapa ahadi wafanyi biashara kwamba licha ya kuwa hampati fedha zenu kwa wakati ufao, kwamba hawa wafanyi biashara ambao wanashirikiana nyinyi kule katika kaunti wanaweza kupata fedha zao, manake ni haki yao.
Naam, sisi tuna wafanyabiashara wa aina nyingi ambao wametufanyia kazi, wametekeleza kazi na wanatakana walipwe. Tumekuwa na kuchelewa, sio kila kandarasi inachelewa. Hiyo ndio nataka wananchi waelewe. Kuna zile kandarasi unalipa kiasi ya fedha wakati zinaendelea. Kama hiyo hospitali nimesema, mimi hulipa baada ya muda, nalipa tena baada ya muda. Kuna kandarasi hizi ndogo ndogo ambazo ni lazima mtu atekeleze kwanza ndio apate malipo. Hizo zaidi ndio zimeathirika kwa sababu ya kuchelewa kwa fedha. Kwa mfano, tuko katika mwezi wa 3. Fedha zenye zingekuja mwezi wa Januari hazijafika katika kaunti. Tumeanza hata kuwa na matatizo ya kulipa mishahara. Sababu fedha hazijafika. Sisi tunaomba serikali kuu kwamba tukiendelea kupata fedha kwa muda unaofaa, hata utekelezaji kazi wetu utakuwa sawa. Saa hizi hata issues ya credit worthiness itaanza kutuadhiri sisi, kwa sababu kama hatujalipa watu na wengine wamepata kazi kwa sababu ya hizo karatasi hizi tumetoa, hata watu hawatatuamini sisi. Tungependa watu watuamini kwamba hizi siku za mwanzo ndio tumekuwa na changamoto, lakini hizo changamoto hivi karibuni tunaona hazitakuwepo.
Kwa kumalizia tu, Gavana Patrick Kayemba, tuzungumzie swala hili ambalo linakera sana. Umezungumzia kuwepo na nia ya kujenga hospitali na vile vile kuongeza madaktari, lakini hivi sasa hawajakuwa kazini kwa zaidi ya siku 90 sasa. Jambo ambalo limechukiza hata mwananchi ambaye pengine miaka 4 iliyopita alikupigia kura. Hivi sasa unampa ahadi gani kwamba wakati unaporudi tena katika mchakato wa kisiasa wa kutaka tena kuingia katika kampeni kuchaguliwa tena, kwamba tatizo hili mtalitatua? Mwanzo kabisa, nyinyi kama baraza la magavana mlikwenda kuwapeleka madaktari kotini wakati wanapolilia haki yao. Halafu kwa hivi sasa hatujaweza kupata mustakabali. Hivi sasa tunapozungumza, mahakama imemaliza tu kusikiza kikao ambacho kiliongozwa na viongozi wa kidini na vile vile chama cha wanasheria na vile vile tume ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu. Bado hakuja kuwa na mwafaka, japokuwa wanasema wamepiga hatua kabambe. Nyinyi kama magavana, lengo lenu lilikuwa lini na hatua ni ipi sasa kama nyinyi magavana?
Sisi tumekerwa sana kwamba madaktari wamegoma kwa muda unaokaribia miezi 3. Wananchi huko wengi wanaotegemea kupata matibabu katika vifaa vya serikali hawana pali pa kwenda. Na nakueleza, watu wameumia kweli kweli na watu wamefariki kwa kukosa matibabu. Mambo ya matibabu ni mambo ya kujitolea. Kunayo ile inaitwa Hippocratic Oath. Wao wanachukua hii oath ya kusema watalinda maisha ya binadamu. Kwa hivyo tangu siku
kwa malipo duni,
tuseme sio malipo duni. sio malipo duni. Wenzetu kulingana na vile mafunzo yao ilivyo, wameona kazi yao ni ya uzito zaidi kupita kazi zingine za kawaida, na wameuliza walipwe zaidi. Na hii kiini cha huu mgomo sio cha magavana. Kiini kilitokana wakati walikuwa wanabadilisha serikali ile ilikuwa ya Kibaki na serikali ya Uhuru. Kuna mtu mmoja alikuwa PS na alikuwa ameondoka ofisi, akaweka sahihi mkataba wa CBA bila kuhusisha wengine kama magavana, bila kuhusisha treasury, bila kuhusisha SRA. Na huo mkataba kweli sio halali. Na sisi tunasema ingawa sio halali, tungeomba serikali kuu ambayo huo mkataba uliwekwa kwa niaba yake iweze kuchukua mwelekeo na kuwazungumzia madaktari, kuwapea kitu ambacho pengine kingewafaa na warudi kazini. Lakini pia tunaomba madaktari kwamba nyinyi ni ndugu zetu, nyinyi ni watoto wetu, utakaaje kando babako akifa kwa sababu hana matibabu? Na tunajua katiba, mamlaka iko kwa wananchi. Mamlaka hayo yamepewa sisi serikalini kuyasimamia. Na kulingana na yale mamlaka ndio tumewachukua wafanyikazi watoe huduma kwa hao wananchi. Wewe utageukaje upige mkono ambao unakulisha?
Nafikiri bila shaka wanakufahamu, wanakusikia, lakini nafikiri wamekata shauri kwamba lazima ule mkataba wao wa CBA utekelezwe kama ulivyo. Kwa hivyo tutasubiri kuona makubaliano yao ni yapi.
Nakueleza, mkataba usio halali utasemaje utekelezwe? Sahihi, hata wizara yenye iliweka hiyo sahihi sio wizara iliyokuwepo siku ya mkataba. Nataka unielewe. Yule permanent secretary hakuwa yule principal secretary aliyekuwa ofisini. Tunataka waelewe hiyo kwamba kulikuwa makosa. Na sisi magavana wakati mwingine tumefikiria wale jamaa waliweka mkataba walitaka kutugonganisha na madaktari ndio ugatuzi wa health usifanyike. Lakini bahati mbaya hiyo maneno hayakufanyika.
Kwa kumalizia tu, magavana hivi sasa kama taifa zima tunajiandaa kwa mchakato wa uchaguzi, na magavana kwa kweli wengi wao wameonekana kuwa wamenufaika katika muda huu wa miaka minne wamekuwa kazini. Hivi sasa kumetolewa wazo na pendekezo kwamba wanastahili kufanyiwa tathmini ya mali waliopata wakiwa katika uongozi. Je, utakubali kufanyiwa tathmini
hiyo? Waje hata kesho. Sisi tuko wazi. Hiyo sio kazi peke yake mimi nimetenda. Nimekuwa permanent secretary, nimekuwa na kazi ilikuwa inanilipa mshahara duty free mara 3 ya mshahara ninayopata sasa. Sasa kufikiria kwamba vile nilikuwa gavana ndio nimejinufaisha ni ujinga wa mwisho. Ndio.
Bwana Gavana, kila laheri na asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi katika NTV. Asante sana, mchana mwema. Naam, nimekuwa nikizungumza naye Bwana Patrick Kaemba, gavana wa kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, na ni masuala tu mengi ambayo ameweza kuzungumzia, na hivi sasa mkutano vile bila shaka unazidi kuendelea. Bado Rais Uhuru Kenyatta hajawasili katika ukumbi huu. Tunamsubiri kwamba wakati wote ataweza kuwasili ili tuweze kujumuika pamoja naye na kupata hotuba. Hata hivyo nataka nimuite gavana kutoka Kericho. Karibu sana katika NTV. Nafikiri pengine utueleze hisia zako. Leo mnasherehekea miaka minne. Changamoto panda shuka zimekuwa nyingi katika kaunti zenu, lakini muhimu leo ni kwamba mumefikisha angalau miaka minne ya utekelezaji wa ugatuzi.
Nimrod, kwanza kabisa nataka kuchukua hii fursa nisalimu watu wa jimbo la Kericho na kusema kwamba nawashukuru kwa kunipatia fursa niwe gavana yao ya kwanza wa jimbo la Kericho. Pili, ugatuzi umesaidia watu wa Kenya, na mimi nikitumia mfano wa Kericho, tumeunda barabara. Ndani ya miaka minne tumeunda barabara kilomita 2400, barabara zenye zilikuwa tu kwa survey maps na hazikuwa zimeundwa. Hayo ni matunda ya ugatuzi. Pili, tumejenga madarasa mengi ya shule ya chekechea. Nikitaka kusema idadi ni karibu 632 ndani ya miaka minne. Haya ni madarasa yenye hatukuwa nayo, na tunasema kwamba ugatuzi unafanya kazi.
Pengine niingilie kati nikuulize, kwa nini, kitu gani kilipelekea mwanze na shule za chekechea?
Kuna ile filosofia ya serikali ya ugatuzi wa Kericho ya kwamba maendeleo lazima yaanzie mashinani. lakini lazima kuwe na usalama vile vile, na vile vile uchumi wa Kericho ni lazima iendeshwe na watu wenye wamesoma. Ndio tukasema tutaanzia masomo, na katika mambo ya masomo si madarasa tu peke yao, vile vile tulitenga basari ndani ya miaka 4 bilioni, nusu bilioni, ambapo watoto 80,000 wamenufaika. Sisi tumesema ya kwamba tukielimisha mtoto, iwe msichana iwe mvulana, jimbo la Kericho itapata kuwa na nguvu sana, kwa vile ni watu wenye wamesoma ndio wanaendesha uchumi.
Bila shaka kumekuwa na faida kuwepo kwa utekelezaji wa ugatuzi, lakini tukizungumzia muundo msingi, kwa wakulima wengi barabara ni muhimu kwao kuweza kupeleka mazao yao sokoni na kadhalika. Nafikiri wengi Kericho wamenufaika na hilo, lakini tatizo ni kwamba malalamishi bado yakeliko kwamba mauzo yao hayapati fedha ambazo zinastahili. Kwa hivi sasa ukiangalia gharama ya maisha imepanda. Kwa hivyo mwananchi wa chini anajihisi kwamba gharama bado inamuumiza. Vipi nyinyi kama serikali ya kaunti mtaweza kudhibiti hali ili mkulima naye aweze kujihisi kwamba licha kuwa gharama ya maisha imepanda, kaunti ama serikali yangu ya kaunti imeweza kuwajibika kwa njia moja au nyingine kuhakikisha kwamba inanilinda kwa kudhibiti baadhi ya bei?
Kwanza kabisa Nimrod, hilo ni swali la maana sana. Kwanza kuna sheria zenye zimekuwa zikikandamiza mkulima. Sheria nyingi zilipitishwa kule bunge, hasa kwenye mkulima wa chai ambaye anafanya kazi kwa bidii, lakini ikifika mwisho wa mwezi hapati mshahara wa kutosha. Mimi mwenyewe kuna kesi nilichukua, na hiyo kesi inaitwa constitutional petition, yenye tunataka mkulima wa chai afanyiwe haki kama wale wakulima wengine. Vile vile kuna mkulima wa kahawa, kuna mkulima wa miwa, wote wamegandamizwa kupitia sheria na mabwenyenye hapo katikati. Sisi kama kaunti sasa tunaweka sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba mkulima ndiye atakuwa tajiri. Huyu mtu anaitwa middleman, tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba anunue kule sokoni kama mtu mwingine, lakini asikuje kumfinya mkulima. Vile vile tumepanga kilimo kule Kericho hivi kwamba kila wodi inaamua ile zao inataka kukuza, ama kama ni aina fulani ya ng'ombe wanataka kuweka, na tumesindua kile kinaitwa one word one product, wodi moja bidhaa moja. Na hapo sasa kama serikali ya ugatuzi wa Kericho tunapatiana kulingana na ile kazi kila ward imechagua. Kama umechagua tuseme miwa, tunasaidia upande wa miwa. Kama umechagua mananasi, tunasaidia hivyo. Kama umechagua mambo ya ng'ombe, tunafanya value addition mpaka kule mwisho. Kama ni kahawa vile vile. Hiyo ndio imesaidia watu wa Kericho hasa kwa kung'ang'ana na njaa. Kuna wale wamesema watakuwa kukuza viazi. Kuna wale wanasema wanakuza viazi vitamu. Kuna wale wa mahindi. Sasa wakati kuna njaa, tuseme mahindi itafanya vizuri, kuna vyakula vingine. Lakini kile kitu cha maana ni kwamba tunawapatia tena fursa ya ku-access markets kama kule Mngambo. Viazi vitamu kutoka Kericho sasa tunapatiana direct kule London kupitia kampuni inaitwa Sahara yenye iko kule Uingereza.
Bila shaka tunaelekea katika mchakato wa kisiasa, uchaguzi mkuu na karibia. Huu bila shaka ni mkutano wenu wa mwisho kwa sasa hivi kabla tuelekee katika uchaguzi mkuu. Matumaini ya baadhi yenu ni kwamba mtachaguliwa tena. Lakini pengine niulize swali, kitu gani ambacho mnataka kutoka nacho hapa kuelekea mashinani, ikizingatiwa kwamba kuna baadhi ya magavana ambao pengine watarushwa nje kupitia uchaguzi na kuna wengine ambao watarejea? Kitu gani ambacho mnataka kiwe ni msukumo ambacho kitaendelezwa ili ugatuzi uendelee, japo wengine hawatakuwa katika serikali za ugatuzi?
Mimi ningependelea ya kwamba baada ya leo wananchi wa Kenya, serikali zote za ugatuzi 47 wajue kwamba tumekuwa na changamoto, na tutaeleza hawa changamoto zenye tumepata ni nini. Unajua kwamba kuna magavana wengine wamepata kupitia impeachment wakati wao kufanya maendeleo vile ilitakikana. Vile vile pesa zimekuwa zikijelewa kutoka kule treasury na wananchi wanastahili kufanywa maendeleo. Vile vile tutawaelezea vile vile. Lakini vile vile tutawaelezea zile kazi tumefanya. Kwa mfano, tumeunda barabara mpya yenye inapita kilomita 7,000 katika nchi mzima. Tumejenga madarasa inapita 5,000 katika nchi mzima ya shule ya chekechea. Tumejenga ICT centers, tumeboresha maji. Hivi ni vitu vyenye sisi wananchi wa Kenya ni lazima wajue, lakini vile vile wajue changamoto, ili saa zile wanasema ukufanya vizuri, wajue kulikuwa na changamoto, na kama ulijaribu watajua vile vile ujaribu, isipokuwa kulikuwa na changamoto. Na vile vile hapa tunataka ijulikane ile kazi ya governor ni nini. Kwa vile ndani ya hii miaka 4 kumekuwa na utata kidogo, MCAs wamekuwa wakitaka wafanye executive functions, na hiyo ndio imeleta vita kati ya MCA na magavana. Governor anaahidi wananchi ya kwamba mkini chagua nitawafanyia hivi, lakini sasa kuweka budget iende assembly inarudi kama imebadilishwa. Nafikiri tungetaka tuelewane na MCA ya kwamba ile budget inaundwa na executive na ni budget kulingana na vile niliahidi wananchi nikiomba kura. Wao ni kuwa wanyapara, ni kunyapara ile kazi yenye inafanywa kulingana na hiyo budget yenye imewekwa na executive.
Bila shaka mheshimiwa, natumai tukome hapo kwa sasa, lakini asante sana kwa ushauri wako, na bila shaka tunakutakia kila laheri pamoja na wakazi wa county.
Na uendelee kunywa majani chai ya Kericho.
Asante sana.
Shukrani. Asante.
Tunashukuru sana. Basi tulikuwa tunazungumza naye Gavana Paul Sang kutoka Kericho, na hivi sasa nataka nijumuike naye gavana kutoka Kajiado Bwana Nkedienye. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Naomba pia kipaza sauti kwa leo tu uweze kujishikia. Pengine tuanze na hisia zako miaka 4 baadaye. Leo unajihisi namna gani, hasa ukizingatia kwamba mlikuwa magavana wa kwanza kabisa kuanza kutekeleza ugatuzi? Je, mlifikiria kwamba mtafika wakati huu?
Nashukuru Mungu kwamba miaka 4 sasa tumepiga hatua sana, na kwamba mambo mengi sana ambayo hayakuwa yamefanywa hapo awali yamefanyika. Najua kwamba hatukufanya kila kitu, lakini tumepiga hatua sana. Kwa hivyo nasimama hapa nikimshukuru Mungu. Najua kwamba tumepiga hatua Kajiado.
Pengine nikuulize, uliingia na ratiba fulani wakati ukiwaahidi ukifanya kampeni zako kwamba utatimiza fulani na fulani. Kuna mengine uliwahi, kuna mengine njiani ulikatizika. Tueleze zipi kati ya ahadi zako ulizozipa kipaumbele umeweza kuzitimiza, zipi zimekukwamisha mpaka sasa?
Nashukuru sana. Kwanza kabisa nilitaka sana kuinua hali ya elimu, na nimeweza kuajiri walimu 624 wa chekechea. Nimeweza kujenga madarasa zaidi ya 300 ya chekechea. Nimeweza kupanua hospitali zaidi ya 20, zikiwemo zile kubwa kule Loitoktok, Kajiado, Namanga, Rongai, Kitengela na Ngong na zinginezo. Pia tumeweza kubadilisha sana mambo ya ardhi kule Kajiado, ambayo tulikuta kwamba wakora wamejaa huko ndani, titles zinauzwa ovyo ovyo, lakini kwa sasa tumeweza kupunguza kabisa, na hayo yalikuwa baadhi ya maono yangu. Na pia soko, wakina mama wengi sana walikuwa wananyeshewa nje, lakini nimeweza kujenga soko zaidi ya 15 katika sehemu tofauti tofauti. Ukienda Loitoktok, ukienda Kimana, ukienda Namanga, Kajiado, Kitengela, Isinya, Bulbul, Kiserian, Rongai, hizo sehemu zote mpaka Endasopia huko 46 tumejenga masoko ambayo yamewasaidia sana akina mama ambao sasa hawatanyeshewa tena wakiwa wanafanya biashara zao. Mifugo tumeweza kudunga ama kuchanja mifugo wengi sana kila mwaka, kuzuia magonjwa ambayo yamesumbua wafugaji sana, kwa magonjwa ya miguu na midomo. Na kwa hivyo mimi naona tumepiga hatua sana, lakini kuna mengine mengi ambayo hatujaweza kufanya. Kama vile nilitaka sana tungejenga barabara ambazo zinaunganisha sub county ama constituency, lakini kidogo tumeshindwa kidogo, kwa sababu tunajaribu kuweka pesa nyingi mahali ili tujenge barabara kubwa, lakini tumekuwa na mvutano na MCA. Wanataka hizi barabara kidogo, kilomita 1 weka nusu milioni hapa, weka hapa, na kungangania pesa za kusema hizi ni za ward. Bilioni nzima inaenda kwa ward. Kwa ward peke yake, ward 25. Ukichukua milioni 40 mara 25, bilioni nzima inaenda kwa ward tu. Ningependa sana kama tungeweza kufanya barabara kubwa ambazo zinaunganisha hizo ward, na wala sio barabara zile kidogo kidogo tu za wodi. Haya ni mambo, baadhi ya mambo ambayo ningependa kufanya baadaye.
Na mheshimiwa, umegusia wawakilishi wodi maarufu MCAs na mvutano mmekuwa nao, na ni mvutano ambao pia leo hapa unadhihirika wazi kwamba kuna sehemu walitengewa wengi wao kwamba watakuja kujumuika kama wajumbe katika kongamano hili la ugatuzi, lakini wengi sana hawajafika. Nieleze kuhusu wale wanaotoka Kajiado, iwapo wamefika, na ni kitu gani ambacho kimewafanya wengi wao kususia mkutano huu ambao unahusisha nyinyi magavana?
Nimeona spika wangu amekuja na pia MCA pia wachache wamekuja. Ninajua kwamba tumekuwa na mvutano, lakini kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba wangekuja tu, kwa sababu ugatuzi ni wetu sisi wote. Wananchi wametuajiri sisi wote. Kwa hivyo hata kama wana mambo ambayo hayawapendezi, wangekuja tujumuike. Ni miaka 4 sasa baada ya ugatuzi, wangekuja tufanye kazi pamoja hapa, tuzungumze, tuone tutasonga mbele namna gani. Tumebakisha miezi kama 5 ama 6 hivi. Mwisho hivi tusiwe bado tunaendelea kugongana ama tuchukiane. Hakuna chuki, ni vile tu tumekosana kikazi.
Mheshimiwa, kwa kumalizia tu nikuulize, mvutano pia vile ambao umekuwepo kati yenu magavana na serikali kuu, hususan Wizara ya Fedha, kuhusiana na masuala ya fedha. Mara kwa mara mmekuwa mkilalamika. Hata hivi sasa Gavana Wycliffe Oparanya akizungumza awali alisema kwamba fedha ambazo mlitarajia kwamba mtakuwa mmepewa Januari, mpaka sasa tumeingia mwezi wa 3 bado hazijawasilishwa katika kaunti. Je, ni vipi mtaweza kutekeleza majukumu yenu ikiwa senti zimechelewa? Na je, katika mifuko yenu ya fedha mnazo za kutosheleza wananchi kwa hivi sasa, ama mtafika sehemu ama wakati ambapo uchaguzi unakaribia kwamba msangae kuweza kutekeleza majukumu?
Hatujui sana kama mwisho labda pesa zitakwama kule Nairobi, lakini ningependa kusema kwamba mara nyingi tumekuwa tukizozana kwa sababu ya kuchelewa kwa hizo pesa. Na pia ningependa kusema kwamba pesa zinazofika kwenye kaunti kwa kweli ni kidogo, na zinapochelewa mambo mengi sana yanacheleweshwa. Juzi kwa mfano hawa wauguzi walipopata nyongeza, ilibidi kwamba tuwe na pesa tuweze kulipa mara moja, lakini zile pesa tulikuwa tumeahidiwa kutoka Nairobi zilichukua muda mrefu kufika, na sisi tulikuwa pia hatukuwa na hizo pesa kwenye budget. Wauguzi wetu karibu wagome. Ilibidi kwamba tuwazungumzie sana, tujaribu sana kuhakikisha kwamba hawagomi. Kwa hivyo tunajikuta kwenye shida kwa sababu ya kuchelewa kwa pesa, na pia kuwa kwamba zile pesa ambazo tunapata hazitoshi.
Naam. Kwa kumalizia tu mheshimiwa, najua kumetolewa pendekezo hivi tunapoelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu kwamba magavana walioko sasa waweze kufanyiwa tathmini ya mali walionayo. Na wauliza wewe kiwa mmoja wao, je, utakubali kufanyiwa tathmini? Uko tayari wakati wote?
Hamna shida. Nafikiri kufanyiwa tathmini yeyote ambaye yuko katika ofisi ya umma ni jambo ambalo ni lazima lifanywe, ni jambo ambalo ni sawasawa likifanywa. Kwa hivyo sioni shida. Kwa hivyo wale wanaohusika, mradi tu kwamba mambo kama hayo yasitumiwe kisiasa, kwa sababu tunajua Kenya hii mambo saa nyingine yanatumiwa kisiasa. Watu fulani wanatafutwa kwa sababu natafutiwa makosa hapa na pale. Lakini kwa kweli Kajiado tumejaribu kabisa. Mambo ya wizi tumeweza kushikilia kabisa, kuweza kufinya kabisa usiwe mwingi. Najua watu binadamu ni wale. Tunafinya huku, tunawanang'ang'ana kule, hata mambo ya ardhi, mambo ya pesa, lakini tumejaribu. Kwa hivyo sina wasiwasi, tunataka kusonga mbele.
Mheshimiwa Kadienye, asante sana, na mchana tunakutakia kila la heri mchana huu na katika shughuli za siku 3 ambazo zinaendelea. Asante sana. Shukran. Naam, Mheshimiwa Kadienye kutoka Kajiado akitufafanulia tu ugatuzi vile ulivyotekelezwa na manufaa yake kwa wakazi wa Kajiado, japo changamoto ziko nyingi. Ndio masuala ambayo yanajadiliwa leo, na hususan kongamano kama hili haliwezi kuepuka masuala ya changamoto. Kuna faida chungu nzima ambazo zimejadiliwa hapa, lakini mengi zaidi, wengine wanadai wakulima wale wako hapa, wafanyi biashara ambao wamekuja kama wajumbe kusikiza mkutano huu, na vile kusikiza hotuba za baadhi ya watakaozungumza. Wengi wao masuala yanazidi kuwakera ni kuhusiana na jinsi ya kupata malipo yao kutoka kwa baadhi ya kaunti. Hivi sasa nina mgeni mwingine, gavana kutoka Wajir Abdikadir. Asante sana na karibu sana katika NTV mchana huu. Nakusihi nikupe kibarua hiki cha kunishikia kipaza sauti kwa leo tu. Najua kwa hivi sasa unakabiliwa na changamoto chungu nzima nyumbani. Kuna mchakato wa kisiasa ambao umechacha kweli hususan katika kaunti ya Wajir, lakini lazima masuala ya ugatuzi yaendelee kutekelezwa.
Asante sana. Jina langu ni Ahmed Abdullahi, gavana ya Wajir County. Mchakato wa siasa lazima uendelee kwa sababu ni wakati wake na ni kawaida, na lazima watu washindane, lakini pia lazima tushughulikie mambo ya ugatuzi, na hii ni fursa ya sisi kueleza Wakenya ni yapi tuliweza kuyafanya na ni yapi tulishindwa kuyafanya na ni yapi tunaweza fanya afadhali mwaka ujao.
Wajir ni moja ya kaunti ambazo wananchi wengi haswa wanaotoka sehemu kama hizo wamekuwa wakisema kwamba zilitelekezwa na serikali zilizotangulia kwa muda mrefu, na ni kaunti kadhaa wa kadha, sio Wajir peke yake. Ulipoingia ama ugatuzi ulipoteremka hadi katika Wajir, ni yapi ambao ulitaka kutimiza kwanza ili ionekane kwamba ugatuzi unastahili na unafaa?
Wajir ni mojawapo zile kaunti ambayo zimefaidika kwa ukubwa. Ukiangalia yale tuliweza kutenda kwa miaka hiyo 4, kulikuwa na shida ya maji, tumeweza kuchimba visima vingi sana. Tumechimba visima vingi kuliko tulivyokuwa nao kwa miaka 50. Ukiangalia zile zahanati ama hospitali tuliweza kujenga katika vitongoji vyetu huku na huku, kupeleka huduma ya afya karibu na watu. Ukiangalia vile tumeweza kufanya mabarabara na kuwezesha watu wetu kufanya uchukuzi kwa urahisi katika kaunti. Haya yote nafikiri ni faida kubwa. Ukiangalia wafanyikazi tulionao sasa katika sekta fulani kama zile za mifugo, kustawisha mifugo ama ya afya, ambaye wafanyikazi tulionao sasa ni karibu mara 4 zile tulizoanza nao wakati tuliunda serikali. Haya yote ni faida ambayo inaguza wananchi wa kawaida, na kama tungekuwa na hii mfumo kwa hiyo miaka 50, hatungekuwa tunaongea juu ya Kenya mbili leo. Na ninaamini ya kwamba vile tunaendelea kufanya kazi kwa ugatuzi, baada ya miaka kadhaa tutakuwa tumeweza kuzileta hizo kaunti zetu kwa maendeleo kwa karibu na zile zingine.
Naam. Eneo la Wajir ni sehemu ambayo pia imekuwa likitatizika kuhusiana na masuala ya kiusalama. Je, unahisi kwa kiwango fulani utovu wa usalama ulirudisha nyuma hatua ambazo mngekuwa mmezipiga katika miaka hii 4 ambayo imepita?
Tuko na mpaka mrefu na Somalia na tuko na mpaka huko juu pia na Ethiopia, na ni sehemu kubwa sana, ni karibu 10% ya ardhi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo mambo ya usalama saa zingine inatatiza, lakini nafikiri tuko na utulivu wa kutosha hivi sasa, na tumefanya kazi vizuri na serikali kuu kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunashughulikia mambo ya Al-Shabaab na kulinda vijana wetu wasijiunge na Al-Shabaab. Lakini kwa sababu tuko na vita na Al-Shabaab katika Somalia, kutakweko na haya mambo, na kila ikitendeka lazima kama serikali lazima tuweze kusaidiana na watu wa security kuhakikisha ya kwamba tumetatua yale ambayo yanatokea. Kwa hivi sasa tuko na utulivu wa kutosha.
Naam. Mheshimiwa, kwa kumalizia tu, kama ilivyo desturi katika shule zetu za kitaifa, ni kwamba mwisho wa muhula lazima ufanyiwe mtihani, mwalimu wa sahihi na akupe matokeo yake. Tunasema kwa kimombo report card.
Yes.
Hivi sasa mnapotoka hapa, mnachofanya hapa ni kutuandikia sisi report card yenu, matokeo yale. Je, unahisi kwamba kile ambacho nawaandikia watu wa Wajir kinatosheleza kwamba kukusukuma wewe tena kuweza kufanya kampeni tena na kukupa hakikisho kwamba utaweza kurudi kulingana na yale ulioweza kutimiza?
Mimi naamini ya kwamba kama gavana na pia kama mamlaka, kama administration yangu, tumepita hiyo mtihani, kwa sababu tumefanya kazi nyingi na watu wetu wameridhika na kazi yetu. Lakini unajua mtihani huwa inafanywa na mwalimu, haifanywi ni mwanafunzi mwenzako ambaye pia ako na shida nyingi kuliko wewe. Kwa hivyo kuna wabunge fulani hapa wanapiga makelele Nairobi, hawa ni wanafunzi na hawana haki ya kutufanyia sisi mtihani. Mtihani ishafanywa na wazee na akina mama na vijana kule.
Pengine mheshimiwa, pengine njia yao ya kukutathmini kazi yako.
Hawa wako na report card yao ambaye naamini ndio mbaya zaidi kuliko yetu. Kwa hivyo ile mtihani ambaye ni muhimu kwetu sisi ni ya watu wa Wajir na kila mtu katika Kenya leo anajua kwamba ugatuzi inafanya kazi katika kaunti ya Wajir, na tunatarajia ya kwamba tutapewa fursa nyingine ya kuendelea na hiyo kazi nzuri.
Mheshimiwa, swali langu la mwisho, eneo la Wajir kama maeneo mengine ambayo tulizungumzia, mara nyingi wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu huwa kunakuwa na machafuko hapa na pale. Kuna jamii mara nyingi huwa zinazozana, hususan Digodia, Gare na kadhalika. Vipi unatoa ushauri hasa wakati huu ambapo tunaelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu, tukizingatia kwamba siasa za Wajir mara nyingi zinaegemea ukoo kuamua viongozi fulani watakwenda sehemu fulani, watawakilisha watu fulani. Vipi unawapa ushauri wakazi wa sehemu yako kwamba lazima wazingatie amani hata wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu unapokaribia?
Sio wakazi wa sehemu yangu peke yake, lakini wa Kenya wote. Na wasihi ya kwamba mulki inatoka kwa Mungu, watu wako na haki ya kugombea viti, wananchi wako na haki na wako huru kuchagua ni nani wanamtaka katika kiti fulani. Tufanye uchaguzi, tuendeshe kampeni yetu kwa amani, na wale ambao watashinda ndio watatuendeshea kazi. Kwa hivyo haina haja ya kuzozana, haina haja ya kuwa na mgogoro baina ya jamii fulani na ipi. Kila mtu atafute kura kwa amani, auze sera zake, na aliye bora aliandikiwa na Mungu atashinda inshallah.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Shukrani na kila laheri. Mchana mwema. Bila shaka tuonana wakati mwingine, nafikiri katika muda tu wa kongamano hili kabla siku ya Alhamisi. Asante sana na mchana mwema. Naam, nilikuwa nazungumza na Mheshimiwa Ahmed Abdullahi kutoka kaunti ya Wajir akitupa maoni yake tu kuhusiana na mustakabali wa kaunti ya Wajir na jinsi ameweza kusukuma gurudumu la utekelezaji wa ugatuzi. Ndio masuala yanavyoendelea hapa katika kikao cha leo. Bila shaka mkutano unaendelea na tutajumuika pamoja na yale yanayoendelea katika ukumbi huu. Hata hivyo nataka nimuite mgeni wa mwisho tu niweze kuwasiliana naye, si mwingine ila Mheshimiwa Gavana Kenneth Lusaka kutoka kaunti ya Bungoma. Karibu sana katika NTV. Pengine nianze na, manake nimewauliza magavana wengi tu ambao nimeweza kuwahoji kuhusiana na hatua walizopiga mpaka sasa. Manake leo mnasherehekea miaka 4 tangu utekelezaji wa ugatuzi uanze. Kitu gani ambacho wewe kama gavana unajivunia sana kuanza kutekelezwa kwa ugatuzi?
Mimi najivunia kwanza masuala ya miundo msingi, hiyo ni masuala ya barabara. Wakati nimechukua ushukani kule kaunti ya Bungoma, barabara nyingi zilikuwa hasipitiki, hasa barabara za miji zetu kubwa kama Bungoma, Webuye na Kimilili zilikuwa zimeisha kabisa, lakini ninajivunia kwamba kwa wakati huu tumeweza kuweka lami, na ile lami tumeweka yote ni zaidi ya kilomita 30 katika urban areas, na ukiingia katika rural areas kule mashinani pia kuna barabara ambazo tumetengeneza. Sisi tu kumekuwa na ile pesa tunaita Community Empowerment Fund ambayo imeenda katika ward, kwa sababu tuliona kwamba ugatuzi haukwami kwenye county katika headquarter, lakini lazima uende paka kule chini kwa ward zetu. Kwa hivyo pesa hizo nyingi tumetumia kutengeneza barabara kule. Kwa hivyo barabara zinatengenezwa, zimeendelea kutengenezwa, na nimeangazia mabarabara au miundo msingi kwa sababu hiyo ndio inawezesha mambo mengine, masuala mengine kuendelea katika kaunti yetu.
Naam, bila shaka tunafahamu Bungoma pia kuwa sehemu ambayo imelisha taifa hili kwa kiwango fulani, lakini kuna ukulima wa aina tofauti. Tuzungumzie ukulima wa miwa.
Yes.
Na umekuwa na tatizo kubwa kabisa. Si sasa tu, miaka na mikaka. Wakulima wengi ambao walikuwa wametegemea miwa kuweza kuuza katika viwanda chungu nzima tu, sasa hivi hawafaidiki kama ilivyokuwa hapo awali. Tatizo limekuwa vipi? Serikali yako imefanya nini mpaka sasa?
Tatizo ya miwa ni swala ambalo wakulima wengi, swala la kwanza imekuwa ni malipo. Wakati wamepeleka miwa zao, imekuwa inachukua muda mrefu sana wao kuweza kulipwa, na hili limekuwa ni swala la usimamizi ambao haujakuwa bora sana katika tuseme kiwanda cha Nzoia ambacho tuko nacho katika kaunti ya Bungoma, na imebidi kwamba serikali kuu iweze kuingilia kuleta pesa. Wakati Mheshimiwa Rais amekuwa huko mara 2, wamekuja kuweza kusaidia kuweza kuona kwamba masuala ya wakulima inaangaziwa. Kwa hivyo wamelipwa, wamejaribu kupunguza ule muda ambao unachukuliwa kuweza kusaidia wakulima. Pia miwa nyingi pia imekuwa ikipotea katika usafiri, wanaposafiri kutoka kwa mashamba kupeleka kwenye factory. Kwa hivyo tulikuwa tumeongea, na nilikuwa wakati natafuta kura nilisema tunataka tuwe na weighing bridges katika sehemu ya mashamba mahali miwa inaguzwa. Haijafanywa vizuri, lakini kwa wakati huu tuko na weighing bridges 2 ambazo miwa zinapimwa kule na kupeleka kwenye factory, kwa sababu kuna poaching nyingi sana ambayo inaendelea, na unapata kwamba mkulima anapoteza hela nyingi sana katika usafiri wa miwa.
Mheshimiwa, viwanda vingapi sasa hivi vya sukari vinafanya kazi kikamilifu kwa kiwango kinachostahili, na iwapo wakulima wanafaidika na mapato?
Kiwanda ambacho kinafanya sukari katika kaunti yangu ya Bungoma ni Nzoia Sugar, na wakulima wanafaidika. Shida tu ni ile muda mrefu unapochukuliwa kuweza kulipwa. Hiyo ndio imekuwa tatizo kubwa, na ndio tumekuwa tukiambia management kwamba wakati wanapata pesa ama kuuza sukari, mkulima ni lazima apewe kipao mbele, kwa sababu wamekuwa wanalipa wale wasafirishaji, yani transporters, wanalipa kila mtu, na wanasahau mkulima ambaye ndio amefanya kiwanda kile kiwe pale, kwa sababu bila mkulima, bila miwa hatuwezi kuwa na kiwanda cha Nzoia. Kwa hivyo mkulima ni lazima apewe nafasi ya kwanza ili aweze kulipwa, ndio awe na motisha, kwa sababu mkulima kungoja miezi 18, miezi 20, miezi 22 ndio aweze kulipwa, huo ni muda mrefu sana.
Naam. Na si kiwanda cha sukari cha Nzoia peke yake, kuna kiwanda cha pan paper kilichokuwa kimefilisika, kikazorota kiwasi cha kufungwa miaka mingi tu, hivi sasa kimefufuliwa, kinafahamika kama Rai Pan Paper.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, tumepata habari za hapa na pale, na tunazopokea ni aidha taarifa za kujenga ama taarifa za kuvunja, za kutia moyo na kushusha moyo. Tueleze hali halisi katika kiwanda hiki.
Hali halisi katika kiwanda cha pan paper. Kwanza, watu wengi ambao wamekuwa wanazungumzia pan paper hawaelewi historia ya pan paper. Pan paper wakati imeenda chini ya urasibu, yani receivership, ilipofanyika ni kwamba walishindwa kulipa wale ambao walikuwa wanakimiliki, walishindwa kulipa wale long term creditors na short term creditors. Kwa hivyo short term creditors ilikuwa hata serikali ya Kenya waka write off yale madeni, lakini long term creditors, banks wengi walikuwa wako na pesa. Kwa hivyo wakawa wameuliza receivers kwamba wanataka warejeshe pesa zao ambao walikuwa wamekopesha kiwanda cha pan paper. Kwa hivyo wakauliza pan paper, wale receiver managers, kuuza kiwanda cha pan paper, na ikatangaza katika magazeti international bids, wakaulizwa wakuje. Wengi walikuja wakaona kwamba hangeweza kurudishwa katika hali ile ilikuwa, lakini Rai alipoingia akasema kwamba na akaconfirm kwamba anaweza kukirudisha katika ile hali ilikuwa, lakini itachukua muda. Kwa hivyo branch ya kwanza ambayo inafanya kazi kwa wakati huu ni ile ya recycling paper, na ndio Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikuja pale mwezi wa Disemba akafungua, na kwa wakati huu inafanya kazi. Swala limekuwa ni kwamba wengine wanasema hatuoni miti zikipelekwa pale, hatuoni moshi, hatuoni ile harufu, ile harufu ambayo ilikuwa pale ilikuwa inaitwa webuye,
hadi kwamba watu wengi wangepata
ajira. Saizi watu wamepata ni watu 500, lakini tumeagiziwa kwamba kufikia miaka miwili ambapo kiwanda kile kitakuwa sasa kinafanya kazi maximally watakuwa wameajiri zaidi ya watu 2500. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuhakikisha, kwa sababu mimi ninaishi pan paper, na watu wengine wanakuja wanasimama kwenye barabara hawaoni, wanasema kwamba kiwanda hakifanyi kazi, lakini saizi ile recycling plant inaendelea kufanya. Wamama wamepata biashara pale ya kuuza mboga, watu wale walikuwa landlords na nyumba pale wameanza kupata waajiri wakirudi pale kuweza kukaa pale.
Mheshimiwa Gavana, swali langu la mwisho, najua unawania tena kiti cha ugavana katika kaunti ya Bungoma, jambo ambalo lilikufanya ukagura chama ukaingia chama kingine, kwamba una matumaini. Yes. Lakini tueleze hali halisi, ikiwa hutafaulu kuchaguliwa tena kama gavana wa Bungoma, umefurahi na kazi uliotekeleza kama gavana?
Mimi nimefurahi na kazi ambayo nimetekeleza, na nimesema kwamba kama sitafaulu sio kwamba sijatekeleza kazi. Nitatembea na kichwa changu kikiwa juu kwamba kama gavana wa kwanza wa kaunti ya Bungoma kuna yale ambayo nimefanya na wale wana macho wameona. Tangu mwaka wa 2013 nichukue ushukani, vile nimesema, mambo ya kilimo tumeimarisha, mambo ya miundo msingi, mambo ya afya, mambo ya elimu. Sisi ndio tulikuwa kaunti ya kwanza kuajiri walimu wa ECD 2000. Kwa hivyo na siasa, unajua bure, siasa inakuwa na mambo mengi. Watu wanaweza kuanguka kwa sababu sio eti hujafanya kazi, lakini pengine watu wanaona pengine kuna upepo fulani wa siasa unakuja. Lakini nataka kuuliza watu wangu kwamba wakati huu siasa ya upepo tupunguze. tuangalie ni kitu gani mtu ambaye tunachagua anaweza kufanya ama ametekeleza.
Bila shaka. Nafikiri wamekufahamu, wamekusikia. Asante sana gavana, kila laheri leo na katika siku tatu ambazo zitakuwa katika kongamano hili. Asante sana na mchana mwema. Na sasa kumalizia, tunataka nimkaribishe mgeni mmoja. Nimezungumzia hapo awali kupuuzwa kwa mkutano huu ama kongamano hili na baadhi ya wawakilishi wodi. Hata hivyo tumempata mmoja na karibu sana katika NTV. Nimearifiwa jina kwamba ni Hussein Bashir kutoka mwakilishi wodi gani?
Kutoka Liboi Ward, Garissa County Government.
Garissa County. Yes. Tumepata hizi fununu na habari kwamba baadhi ya MCA, tunatumia kwa lugha ya Kimombo, ama wawakilishi wodi, baadhi yao wamesusia kongamano hili. Je, huu mvutano kati ya MCA ama wawakilishi wodi na magavana umeingia ndani kiasi gani?
Asante sana. Nitashukuru kwanza. Na jina yangu matatu naitwa Mheshimiwa Hussein Ahmed Bashir kutoka Liboi Ward, Garissa County Assembly Member. Swali hili uniliuliza ni kweli. Mazake kila wakati ukisikia news ni kufuta katika governor na executive na wakilishi wa wards. Hiyo shida pia hiko ni kila usosi inatokanga kuhusu mahali kuna fedha ama kuna mali pia mwenyewe unaelewa ile shida hiyo. Na pia sisi tunawakilisha watu. Sisi ni ndio watu ambao wanakilisha raia wamechagua kama wote. Na sisi ndio wale wanatakana waseme shida yao na kitu gani wanahitaji. Kama sasa leo kuna ukame kubwa sana katika nchi yetu. Mifugo inakufa. Sisi kama watu wa Garissa tunaishi maisha yetu inakana mifugo. Sisi si wakulima. Mifugo ndio sisi tunaishi. Na ukame imezidi. Karibu miezi 8-7 hatukupata mvua. Na saa hizi leo ukiangalia Garissa, Liboi Ward ama Wajir ama Mandera, mifugo zinakufa. Kuhusu tunaongea na governor na tukisema ya kwamba tafadhali kama wewe ni governor na wewe ndiye mwenye anasimamia watu wa Garissa na wewe ndio executive ambaye anapanga fedha kulingana na mahitaji ya watu, tunasema tafadhali, shida yetu ni hivi na hivi, watu wanahitaji maji, watu wanahitaji chakula.
Je, unasema kwamba gavana mara kwa mara huwa hatilii maanani yale yanayosemwa au kuombwa au kushawishiwa na wawakilishi wa wodi?
Ndio, sasa unajua ukiongea, sisi ni wanasiasa na yeye pia ni mwanasiasa. Tukiongea kuhusu development, ni kila wakati anajiona ya kwamba sisi pia tunachochea raia. So kila wakati anaingia defense ya kwamba asionekane kama yeye ndiye mwenye makosa. Hatusemi ana makosa, kuna mengi ametengeneza, kuna mengine amekosea. Lakini zote kama sisi wakilishi wa wards na executive, lazima tuwe na uhusiano vizuri ili watu wetu wapate huduma ambayo wanahitaji.
Lakini huhisi kwamba kususia kongamano hili kwa baadhi yao ni sawa na kusema kwamba hawaungi mkono kikamilifu hatua zilizopigwa kuhusiana na ugatuzi?
Ugatuzi, magavana vile unaelewa. Magavana wanaona kwamba kama pesa ni wao ndio wako nayo. Na sisi kama wakilishi wa wards tunaambiwa kazi yenu ni legislation, kazi yenu ni kupitisha mabills na kazi yenu ni kuongea, lakini mambo ya pesa hamwezi ingilia. Na sisi tunasema ugatuzi imetengwa ili iende kwa mashinani. Kila mtu afaidike pesa. Hiyo ndio sasa maoni yetu na hiyo ndio usimamizi wetu ya kwamba sisi kama wakilishi wa wards tunasema pesa igawe, rasilimali igawe kulingana na mahitaji na watu ambayo wanafaa kupewa.
Tuzungumzie ugatuzi katika kaunti ya Garissa unaotoka wewe. Utueleze katika hii miaka 4 kama umeweza kushuhudia mabadiliko, na ikiwa la, ni mtazamo upi mtakuwa nao kuhusiana na ugatuzi mnapokwenda katika uchaguzi mkuu? Kwa kumalizia,
nimeshuhudia, asante sana. Hiyo ni swali muhimu sana. Nimeshuhudia mambo mzuri, nimeshuhudia mabadiliko mengi, nimeshuhudia mambo mengi yamefanyika. Kama maji, afya. Ulikuwa unasikia Garissa imekuwa namba ya kwanza katika wizara wa afya. Katika Kenya mzima, out of 47 counties, tukakuwa number 1 upande wa afya. Na hiyo inakuonyesha kwamba kuna mabadiliko mazuri sana. Kabla county government kuje, ni kama wizara wa afya ilikuwa inafanya vizuri, lakini sasa imezidi kuwa ya kwamba kila mahali kuna ambulance masaa yote 24/7. Mama akijifungua apate shida, mtu akiumwa na kitu kingine, akipata ajali, ambulance wako standby kila wakati. Hiyo ni muhimu. Maji zimepatikana na pia bado kuna kasoro. Kuna kasoro ya kwamba mahitaji mengi haiwezi tatuliwa katika miaka 4 peke yake. Lakini nasema ugatuzi imefanya na watu wa Garissa County walipata mabadiliko wengi, walipata biashara, walipewa contracts, mashule wanalipiwa, wale wameenda colleges kama engineering, medicine, government na county government wanalipia.
Mheshimiwa Hussein Bashir, naomba tukomee hapo kwa sababu ya muda. Naarifu kwamba muda wetu umekuwa mwingi sana hapa nje na tunahitaji kwenda katika ukumbi, lakini asante sana na kila laheri wakati huu mnaposherehekea miaka 4 pamoja na viongozi wetu ambao ni magavana na ambao walioandaa kikao hiki. Kwa hivyo kila laheri katika siku hizi. Asante sana. Kila laheri na mchana mwema. Na nimekuwa nikizungumza naye Mheshimiwa Hussein Bashir kutoka Liboi, kaunti ya Garissa, ni mwakilishi wodi hiyo ya Liboi. Basi mtazamaji, bila kupoteza muda, nimezungumza na baadhi ya viongozi wakizungumzia faida tu na ufanisi kuhusiana na ugatuzi. Hivi sasa nataka nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi ukumbini tuweze kufuatilia yanayoendelea humo ndani, halafu baadaye tutaweza kujumuika katika vipindi vingine vitakavyofuatia tu tukiwahoji baadhi ya viongozi kuhusiana na ugatuzi huu. Leo ikikumbukwa kwamba tunaanza sherehe za mwaka wa 4 tangu ugatuzi uanze kutekelezwa.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks, Mr. Chairman. May we now go straight to the Speaker of this session, Ken Ohachi, Senior Economic Advisor in the Office of the President. Please, welcome. Yes, stand please.
Thank you, Margaret. Good afternoon, everybody. Before you go into discussing what kind of transformation is happening in agriculture in Kenya, I would like to offer a slightly broader perspective about what kind of transformation Kenya needs rather than how. Good. Could you advance the slide to the next one, please? When we hear agricultural transformation, we tend to think of a very modern, mechanized, large commercial farming type operations. I don't think that's the kind of transformation Kenya needs. In fact, for food security, rural development, wealth creation, which are the theme of this session, as well as job creation, I think there is a better way to do it. And let me bring up the experiences from East Asia to make my case. Could you advance this slide, please? Now, East Asia is, as it were, the premier league of fast economic growth. Since 1960, while Kenya's per capita income has basically doubled, has increased by 100%, South Korea has achieved income growth of 23 times. It's at the top of the league, so to speak. It's been the star performer. Now, before you get a little depressed about Kenya's rather slow performance, I'd like you to look at the bottom of that league. If you look at the Philippines, which is in East Asia, but its per capita income over the last 55 years has increased by only 2.5 times, I'm sorry. So Kenya is not very far behind the Philippines. It's not entirely out of the Premier League, so to speak. So the question is, how do you get in there and how do you move up to the top of the league? Could you move this slide to the next one, please? Oh, I see, okay. Sorry, I'm being very low tech here. Let me just test. Where do I point? Sorry. Just push. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't have the touch. Okay, we're back to...
Okay, it can be done for him from the end.
Yeah, I mean, there aren't too many. I'll just do it kind of manually. Yeah, could you move the slide back to about the fourth one? Are they stuck too? Okay, while they're finding the way back, when we talk about, what we hear about, think about the fast economic growth in like South Korea, but also before that, Japan and Taiwan, we tend to think of industrial growth as being key. And I think industrial growth was central. And if I may continue with this sort of football analogy, industrial sector was the high-scoring forwards. But we tend to forget that South Korea, for instance, had a very strong defense as well, and that was smallholder agriculture. Go back one more, please, maybe. Yes. So what did South Korea do? South Korea started with land reform. Between 1945 and 64, the percentage of farmers who owned land increased from 10%, a little over 10%, to 70%. Almost every farmer became a small farmer, owning their own land. The average farm size was only slightly over 2 acres, not very different from Kenya today, I would imagine. The government raised the prices of rice in particular, which was the key commodity, to a competitive level so that farmers had incentives to increase rice production. And government also supported small farmers with increased fertilizer supplies, extension services, and infrastructure. So what happened? In the 15 years from 1960 to 75, which was the beginning of the fast growth phase of South Korea, agricultural output almost doubled, increased by 92% to be exact. In the meantime, the population increased by only a little over 40%. So the obvious result was there was great contribution to food security. There was more food being produced than population was growing. It also produced rural surplus, which helped to generate savings as well as demand for consumer goods and helped industrialization. Now, what happened in Kenya in the last 25 years, say, during which time Kenya has been trying to accelerate growth, agricultural output has increased by 80-some percent, 85%. But the population has increased even more than that. It has basically doubled. Now, do you see a bit of food insecurity problem there? So that's the difference. Now, if you could advance the slide to the next one, please. So what happened in South Korea, the slide hasn't come up, in the early phase was by helping the small farmers, smallholder agriculture, it helped to absorb a lot of surplus labor into productive activities very quickly. And it generated surplus, as I said, which turned into savings, which is much needed for industrialization, but also created demand for consumer goods, which were just right for the domestic industries to produce. And so it stimulated industrial growth in the early phase. Are you having a technical problem with the slide? Could you advance the slide to the next one, please, if possible? Thank you. Now, once the fast growth of industries kicked in, factories started to take labor away from agriculture. The farmers started to face a shortage of labor. They were forced to mechanize. But what kind of machines did they demand? They demanded small tractors, small tillers, things that Korean industries were now able to produce. So that further helped industrialization, but agricultural productivity was also going up at the same time. So it created really a mutually supportive process of everybody getting better off. So what does this all mean for Kenya? If you could go to the next slide, please. I would say that large-scale commercial farms will not really solve the food insecurity problem, because it will increase food supply, but it will not increase the purchasing power. Food insecurity problem is more a problem of people not being able to afford food or not being able to produce food, not about absolute physical supply of food. On the other hand, if you expand support for smallholder agriculture, it contributes to food security right away, because more farmers are able to produce enough food for themselves and perhaps even some surplus, which contributes to food security nationwide. And as I pointed out in the case of South Korea, it'll begin to create demand for domestic industries, or increase demand for domestic industries. So, given this, I do really think emphasis should be on transforming smallholder farming. So what can the governors or counties do? Last slide, please. I think the national government has tended to focus on large-scale agricultural schemes like Galana irrigation project. Perhaps it is more convenient for the national government because it's one big project. But county governments can focus on smallholder farming. They can prepare farmers for more commercial but small-scale farming and really help them at the local level. So it seems to me there are two things the governors could be doing. One is to convince the national government to reallocate its resources more toward small-scale, localized irrigation schemes. Second is to make sure that counties have the capacity to provide effective extension services, because knowledge is central to successful agriculture. So I hope with the right focus on the transformation of agriculture, Kenya can move into what I call the Premier League of fast growth and really move up in the ranking and perhaps beat South Korea one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please. I hope we caught the point that this food security is not about the bulk that we produce. It is about access, it is about affordability, and what are we doing at the county level to ensure that we are food secure. I think that was a very important point that came out, among the many points that have come out. I know the members of the panel have been listening keenly, and they will be able to also touch on a number of the comments that came out. And now I'm going to start right away with Governor Lusaka. And Governor, we would like to know about any success stories, whether in your county or any other county, that you know of, that you can tell us as the good story on how we have handled food security at the county level.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's obviously clear to all of us that agriculture is a devolved function, and what happens, especially in the rural counties, most of the counties being rural, it seems to be across board. And I'm happy to report that since 2012, before devolution took over, the contribution of agriculture to the GDP was 26.1%, but 2015, it had gone to 30%. And this is as a result of the strategies that most counties have put in place. If I use my example, my county as an example, Bungoma, one thing that happened is, first of all, we purchased tractors to assist the farmers, because one of the issues that affects the farmers really is land preparation, and that is where it all starts. And I think most counties also went into purchase of tractors. We also came up with a program support input to support the farmers in terms of inputs, which have been very expensive, and sometimes they don't come on time. So we have also been able to supply subsidized fertilizers to the farmers. We make sure they're coming on time, and even the most vulnerable ones, like widows and those who are not able to really afford, we have been giving them free, just to ensure that at least we have food for the table, and we can also be able to even sell some outside the country. And we also, as a county, and I know other counties are also doing the same, we also want to carry out scientific farming. We don't want just to, based on traditional methods of looking at the sky and imagining it will rain. So we also have weather stations which we have put up in some of the stations to be able to predict the weather, so that our people are doing farming that is predictable. And also we have soil testing, mobile soil, like Bungoma, we have a mobile soil testing lab which goes around the farmers at a subsidized fee to be able again to tell the farmer what kind of fertilizer that they require. I know that Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega, most of our soils are acidic, and therefore the fertilizer that we are using is that we use will be very critical in achieving the results that we want. And of course, most important has been value addition. What are we doing to add value to what we are producing, so that most of what we are producing does not leave the counties in a raw form, but is value added. For example, like Bungoma, we are putting up a big chicken slaughterhouse, so that this is going to provide a market for the farmers, going to be run under PPP, where farmers will focus on production and not marketing, because most of the times, most farmers have been producing a lot of chicken. They have no market. The farmer walks around with 2 chicken. She's tired. When she goes home, she eats the chicken, and she's also tired. It's a double tragedy. So we want her to concentrate on production. Then somebody else is going to do the marketing and selling, and also putting up millers. We're putting up one at Trans Nzoia and even Kakamega, to be able to add value to what we are doing. And I know in other counties, northern counties, northeastern counties, most of them have also come up with irrigation schemes, which are also assisting, small-scale irrigation schemes, which are assisting the farmers. So I think in terms of agriculture, what we would want to recommend is what you have said, like the national government has also been supplying subsidized fertilizer. Either this should be completely, because agriculture is a devolved function, this is a function that should be carried out by the county governments, because sometimes there's duplication. We find that we are giving subsidized fertilizer, the national government is also doing the same, and yet this is a devolved function. And I want to agree that if more funds were to be relinquished to the counties, to let the counties carry out this as a devolved function, we'll be able even to realize more than what we are getting at the moment.
An applause for Governor Lusaka. Those are very important points. Food security is not about what has been produced, about the efficiency and the effectiveness of the systems that we have. That's wonderful. Senator Lesan, legislation plays a key role in food security and in transforming the agricultural sector. Please give us your story on what has taken place. We know Governor Akaranga has mentioned about the Maputo declaration about 10% to agriculture. Don't know whether that has been domesticated, as with most of the laws that are done in Africa. Please make your comments on the legislative part. Any legislation that has been done that will give us a good story?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I want to say that agriculture is one of the activities that cuts across all our 47 countries. Some of it, of course, is more active in some counties that are favored by the weather, It is a little bit difficult in some others, but I want to say that agriculture is one of those activities, and I'm happy that it was one of those that were devolved from the national government to the county governments. It means this activity has gone nearer to the people. And moderator, one of the greatest available resource for driving agriculture in this country is the people themselves. And we have a lot of them, a lot of Kenyans in the counties. And these are people who luckily drive agriculture. In Senate, of course, we have been very much part of devolution process. We are very aware and very alive to some of the challenges that needs to be done in terms of legislation in order to drive agriculture forward. Agriculture is one of those activities that must be protected. It must be protected from so many things. Particularly, we know that this country of ours, or in Africa in particular, the vagaries of weather causes a lot of difficulties in terms of conducting agriculture. And therefore, we know that this agriculture must be protected, and it is upon us to ensure, and we have been discussing and we are driving forward legislation that would ensure insurance schemes are put in place in order to assist the farmers. We are also alive to the fact that land is a very important thing in terms of farming, as we have heard from our speaker. I think we still have little challenges in terms of land tenure in this country. A lot of land in this country is, of course, held in long term, and titles are held, and there is no commitment in any of the title holders using the land. I think this is one area that we need to look at in order to allow more people to access land. For example, in terms of short leases for ownership of particular interested individuals who would like to conduct farming. And in this case, we don't need a lot of land. There is diversity in what we can do. We can do so many other types of agriculture that doesn't require not more than 10 by 10 meters of land. Mushroom farming, for example, you can almost do it behind the house. I also understand that there are Kenyans now who are doing snail farming. We can diversify. Food is of a diverse opinion, and we can be able to diversify farming. And of course, the other thing that we know that must be done to protect the agriculture in this country is to assist the farmer. Subsidy is the language that goes along with agriculture. Farmers must be assisted in form of subsidy, or even in form of bonuses. I look at the example of, in this country, for example, where a liter of Kirengate water will probably go for 140 shillings, whereas a liter of milk is only about 90 shillings. It is such a factor that we probably have to look and find out whether there is anything wrong, even in terms of legislation, in terms of taxation, that would enable a product that has required a lot more ingenuity and manpower to give more returns than those that haven't given. The other area, of course, that we are looking at in terms of legislation is marketing and value addition. These two factors go together. We must be able to relate them. Marketing and value addition, especially where our products requires further processing before they reach the market. And this, I'm thinking about the cash crops that are produced by farmers that contributes to food security. These are things that we also are legislating and are looking at to legislate. Lastly, it is upon the government of the country, and I think the national government here, to have a say. Although we are in a market economy, but we need to have a say on the prices so that we can be able to use this as incentive. Prices of particularly food commodities must be increased. If we can't increase it in any other way, we can increase by giving bonuses to farmers who produce these things as an incentive for them to go out of the way and be able to produce this food. Lastly, capacity building and training. A lot of our farmers are traditional. They are farming the way they have known it all the years. Things are changing, and it is important that we give capacity and training to our farmers so that they are able to farm in today's ways and be able to produce enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Another applause for our senator. I'm going to use my discretion to invite, I have one seat, and I want to invite one chair of a county assembly, that is an MCA, who has passed some nice legislation and he wants or she wants to share with us. The first one to come will take that seat. As I'm waiting for that, Mwananchi. Madam Emily Nawire Wesonga, can you please share your experience on the ground, both agricultural production, service delivery, value addition, the story that you can share with this conference on how devolution has changed your life as a mwananchi on the ground in the sector of agriculture?
Thank you. Devolution has helped mwananchi by bringing the services nearer to the people. We are happy. Secondly, the services that were brought to mwananchi, the problem that mwananchi is facing when it comes to the county, some people don't advise the farmers clearly on what to plant and when to plant. That has been the problem. I might be having, this time I want to plant beans, maybe I want to plant maize, but the agriculture sector doesn't come on the ground to advise the farmer. The farmer just plants the way she wishes because it is her land. When it comes to, I heard His Excellency talking about the tractors. The tractors, they are on the ground. They are there. But we don't know who is using the tractor and who is not using the tractor. We don't know the right way to get to the tractors. We have the sugarcane plantations in our zone. It is doing well. The market has been improved. Now people are eager to plant. But now, if I plant the sugarcane, and when the truck is transporting and it gets spoiled on the way, it is the farmer who loses. They should change the way of transporting. They can weigh on the land. That can help the farmer. Now, the other thing, we have agriculture when it comes to banana plantations. We were sensitized about banana plantations. Most farmers have planted. But the warehouse where we take the bananas, it is not working. We don't know where to take the bananas. The mwananchi is stranded with the bananas. The other thing is we have the greenhouses which the government, His Excellency, gave to the widows. They were given greenhouses, but the greenhouses were given to the people who didn't have the knowledge. They have the greenhouse, they don't know the knowledge, so how are they going to get the profit from the greenhouse? You find some greenhouses have been torn because of lack of capacity building. These people were given greenhouses with no knowledge. Now, the other thing was about poultry. Poultry, we have poultry farming. Poultry farming is there. We have even incubators. But where to take them, Mr. Governor, it has taken a long way for us that factory to work. Yeah, now you talked of marketing and value addition. When you talk of marketing and value addition, it has been there on and on. What is the government doing about the marketing and value addition? What is the government of Kenya doing about the value and marketing addition? Because we cannot be singing every day and we are not moving. Lastly, the government should learn from others, like we have beehives. A beehive one can give you, first harvest one beehive, you can get 800 liters in one beehive. 800 liters, if you have like 15 liters times 8 in one beehive, it is better than the maize you are putting in the land and you are not harvesting. The beehive can bring more money to the counties than the maize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we hear our time is very short, but I'm going to ask Lillian from Egerton. Egerton is not just about research. We know you are also doing a lot of agricultural extension. How have counties tapped on that? We see you also in the newspaper on a weekly basis. How have counties tapped on that?
Thank you very much.
Have a minute. I'll give everybody half a minute because I want everybody.
Thank you. Given half a minute, just wanted to say that devolution is working and the counties have tapped. I had a specific presentation on good innovation. There is a joint work between Homa Bay County, County of Choice, and Egerton University. This is a SAGLA innovation. SAGLA innovation is based in Karachuonyo constituency of Homa Bay, and it's targeting revamping of the sisal industry, the sisal production and productivity, and it's coming up with adding value to sisal other than the conventional use of sisal. There is ongoing research between Egerton jointly with the county government of Homa Bay to utilize water from sisal leaves, partly for medicine, and partly they're targeting to use this water instead of disposing it, because Karachuonyo is semi-arid. They are intending to use this water probably to do farming, because the sisal leaf holds a lot of water, up to about 500 mLs in an average sisal plant. Sisal leaf, sorry. So if there are about 20,000 of them, we are going to have 10,000 liters of water. So through research, Egerton is working with Homa Bay County to ensure that this water is tested, probably for drinking, find out if there is any medicinal value, and then it could also be used for farming. It's also targeting acacia growing, and then the acacia element, they are targeting using the gum from acacia to extend meat products, especially when there is scarcity. SAGLA also is targeting growing of grass for production of locusts. Locusts are a good source of protein. We have shortages, especially we have shortage of protein for livestock feeding and production. And locusts can convert grass as compared to cows about 600 times faster. So this is targeted in this research. There is also livestock. The SAGLA, the LBIT is the livestock production. Poultry farming is targeted, especially range method, because most of the investments in poultry farming goes to buying feed. So they are intending to promote range farming. And also we are looking at agro-tourism.
Thank you. Yes, last word?
Yeah, last word in the SAGLA innovation is agro-tourism. They are encouraging continued production and productivity of pineapples in Homa Bay, their particular sweet potatoes, and especially targeting increasing the carotene levels.
Thank you. An applause for her. We can see that they are doing a lot on the ground, and what it says, the story is, the university is available for us. The other university, Joy Kiru, another 1 minute. University of Nairobi, food security and food nutrition security. 1 minute, please. Yes, start.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am a woman with just 1 minute in my hand, and you have done a lot of research over the past few years. And I want to speak briefly in 1 minute about, speak to the issue of agricultural transformation and food security and what is the role of government. Of course, agriculture is default, that's for sure. But the bulk stops at the national government. When Kenyans are starving, we'll ask, serikali inafanya nini? First, number one, we need a legislation that speaks to Article 43C that says that every Kenyan has a right to food and has a right to be free from hunger. So legislation that is supportive of Article 43C and that is also encouraged down at the devolution level. Secondly, security. There can be no agriculture if there's no security. Now, coming to food security, for example, number one, at the counties, Kenyans are hungry because they've allowed themselves, in most cases, to be very selective about food. And everybody wants to grow maize, even where there's not supposed to be maize, because maize cannot grow because of the climatic conditions. Let us work with CARO and other research institutions and find out what can we grow best where, depending on the weather, the climatic conditions, and in that way we encourage our farmers to grow and diversify our diet. Food doesn't have to be ugali, it has to be many other things. And about food security, once again, you find that in the counties you want to give inputs, you want to give the food itself, you want to give everything, but money is scarce. Where do you find that money? And at the same time, you want to limit your budget. So what do? Create jobs. How do you create jobs? Why don't you hire the technical people to do the technical work in that dam that you're building, in that classroom that you're building, in whatever that you're building, and let the hungry give you their best, which is their labor, so that you can be able, other than give the food, you can give work to those who are hungry and have the technical people do the technical work. Finally, gender in agriculture. Put the woman in the center. 62% of agricultural labor is by women. And over 70% of the food we eat is by women. Because you find that in the farms, women produce the food. Men want to do cash crops. And you know where the cash crop ends up at?
Thank you.
At the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane, I want you to only answer one question. Rachel, I want you to answer one question. Rachel from KCB? Yes. Are women borrowing more? Now that we are being told that women are the core in agriculture, are farmers actually borrowing more at this time after devolution, or they are not borrowing? Are they able to access, and what are the challenges?
Thank you. I would say farmers are definitely borrowing more after devolution because there's a lot of value from devolution to the farmers. However, from a private sector and financing perspective, the approach to agriculture has been very fragmented. Therefore, there is a dearth of information. So you will find input suppliers and market actors have a lot of information which is not shared. So one of the areas and challenges we face as we are doing the financing is the approach to agriculture. It needs to be viewed more as an ecosystem where all the actors come together, because that way there will be a lot of information which can be used by the various value chain actors. Case in point, you look like a hedge fund manager in the US has more information around production of coffee in Kenya than the farmer who is producing that coffee. Why? Information is power, and most people in the private sector know you cannot do any business without a viable business case. And therefore, farming, there needs to be a lot of information so that the farmers, those who are in need for business, because we do recognize farmers are in farming for various reasons. For those who are in need for business, they then need to have the numbers and the information so that they can have proper business plans for financing. Because if, for instance, currently when there is drought, when the crops are not performing, even if there is finance, there will still be no production, there will still be no food on the table, there will still be no income. Therefore, a lot of information needs to be there for the farmers. Another challenge as we have been doing financing is the issue of the age of the farmer. A lot of the farmers in Kenya and broader Africa are about 61 years of age. And we know in terms of adoption of new technologies, being there in the farm, undertaking all the activities you need to do as a farmer, as you age, there are these issues. That's why the people have to retire. So the age of the farmer is still very high, and so that's a challenge. But one of the areas I would say as KCB is we are working a lot to ensure we work with youthful farmers, because all the data indicates farmers are most productive at the age of 35 to about 44. Therefore, we need to ensure that we're encouraging as many young people to go into farming so that they can be productive. I will also say that one of the areas is adoption of new technologies. A lot of our farmers, in as much as they come for credit, they are saying, I am waiting for the rains. But we all know right now the rains are all over the place. There is no method and you cannot really plant by the rains. So adoption of new technologies is going to be very critical. And one of the areas, and I'll encourage you to visit our stand, is areas of hydroponics, which allow you to grow, even if it is fodder, using very little water. It could almost be a liter of water to grow fodder. And you don't need land. We realize that a lot of youth are unable to farm because they are not in control of the production factors in agriculture, because the land belongs to the parents. Now with modern technologies, you no longer need land to grow the crops. You can do it through technology, and that's where we are working with the youth and access to credit. An area we also want to, and it has been highlighted by my fellow panelists, is the issue of agriculture production has been more from just supplying the market. So the farmers all are taught how to produce, but no one teaches them to produce for a market. So the market, yes, we are being chased from the stage. So a market approach to farming is going to be very critical, so that a farmer is growing for a deliberate market with the standards and conditions required for that market. So there goes my 1 minute.
Okay. Can we give an applause, please? I would like our chairman of the session, Akaranya, to give his closing remark. And may I ask, with the leave of the forum, we may want to ask them a few questions. We may want to ask them a few questions a little later. Maybe when we start the session, we'll give them only 20 minutes to answer our questions. Is that okay? If that is okay, then we will allow this panel to come back to answer those questions. With those remarks, Chairman Akaranga, please close. Can we clap for them as they leave the podium, please? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists, and I'm very sorry about this. I wish to request that we all prepare now to receive His Excellency.
Viewers, the images coming to you right now are of the arrival of President Uhuru Kenyatta at the KWS Training Institute, this being the venue of the 4th Devolution Conference. He has stepped into one of the designated tents where he is expected to append his signature on the visitor's book. This Devolution Conference being a collection or a meeting point of the governors, the senators, the MCAs who have not turned up quite in number as it was expected, but that is one of the issues that have been highlighted, the tension between the MCAs and the governors. The president is, of course, flanked by the chair of the Council of Governors, Meru Governor Peter Munya. He is also with the Devolution Cabinet Secretary, and they are also flanked by other various state parties and non-state parties that are here to assess the state of devolution in the country. There is also the presence of security in the area. He was expected to officially commence these proceedings here at Naivasha at around 10 a.m. this morning, but there's been a delay in the program, but he is here. And he is expected to give a keynote address to those in attendance regarding the state of devolution 4 years on since Kenya adopted this form of governance after the promulgation of the 2010 constitution that said come 2013, after the general elections, that Kenya will be governed in two forms of government, the national government and the devolved systems of government. The governors here have spoken of the milestones that various counties have gone through since they assumed power. These are the inaugural governors. They have never had a governorship experience. They have just come in after the 2013 elections. They say that it has been a testing time, a time in which they have grown into it. Some of them are looking towards defending their positions come August in the general polls. But they say so far so good. The Wananchi have been able to feel the effect of government on the ground, and that was one of the key
purposes, the key pillars upon which devolution was established in the country. And the president himself, in a previous statement that was released yesterday from his spokesperson, saying that he is also committed to ensuring the success of devolution despite the hiccups that have been here and there. One of them being the issue of corruption in the county government. There's also the issue of intergovernmental relations. There is a committee that is also in place to see the transition from the previous forms of government, national, central government, into the devolved government. And this committee is still working together with other parties. We have the Council of Governors, we have the Transitional Authority that was supposed to oversee the transition from the central government form of system of government into the devolved system of government. And this committee specifically has been highlighting the milestones of various devolution conferences. The first one having taken place in Kwale, the other one was in Kisumu, and the previous devolution conference that was last year in Meru County. And here in Nakuru County, of course, it is the fourth venue of the devolution conference, and the governors here saying that they have been able to work with the Mwananchi. They've been able to improve the road networks in the counties, the health system, despite the current doctor strike. They say they have been able to increase the number of health facilities in far-flung areas like Wajir, that they reported that for the first time since devolution came into effect, they had been able to even carry out sophisticated, or rather not so sophisticated, medical procedures such as cesarean sections. And these are just some of the highlights that we are witnessing here. The county government of Turkana also being here today. Speaking of the progress, the president is currently making his way into the main tent where the conference has been taking place with panel discussions, and now he is the chief guest, the most important person at this moment. He is making his way into the tent, and there is some entertainment, and so everyone is rising to welcome the president. And so I take you to the proceedings in the tent of the devolution conference here in Nakuru County.
Choir, thank you. And now the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya and the East African Community Anthem. May we all join together in singing. Your Excellencies, sir, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our sign language interpreter today, Your Excellency, is Madam Flora Lucy Atieno, and together we'll deliver this program. Your Excellency, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Senator Ekwe Thuro, the Deputy Chief Justice and Vice President of the Supreme Court, Honorable Lady Justice Philomena Mwilu, Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and Planning Kenya, Honorable Mwangi Kiojuri, the Minister of State for Finance India, Honorable Arjun Ram Megwal, the Chairman, Council of Governors and Governor Meru County, Honorable Peter Munya, and all the county governors present, honorable senators and other elected leaders, excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, all stakeholders in the devolution process, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the gracious permission of Your Excellency, I will invite a few speakers to make very brief remarks, and I will most humbly request our speakers to kindly keep it brief. With your permission, Your Excellency, I will now invite the Deputy Chief Justice and also Vice President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Lady Justice Philomena Mwilu, to make some brief remarks on behalf of Judiciary. Honorable Lady Justice, karibu. Let's welcome Lady Justice, Honorable Lady Justice, with a round of applause. Welcome. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and all distinguished guests and participants, I am here to confirm that devolution has transformed lives and to tell the judiciary story. And this is the judiciary story, that from 2010, we have actively supported devolution. We intend to continue doing that. And we thank you for your participation in our court users committees and in the National Council for the Administration of Justice. We want to specifically thank those governors who have given us land to construct courts so that we bring justice closer to the people of Kenya, that put us in the positions that we are in, and so that they can feel that they own devolution. We have a special place for devolution. We therefore have created a special register for all devolution matters, all matters that come from the county. And in a short while, we are going to be creating not necessarily a special court, but special units that will ensure that devolution matters are heard as quickly as they are filed. Last week, I was in Makueni opening a court courtesy of the gracious Governor Kivutha Kibwana, who not only gave us land, but promised to assist us with a little space from where to operate until that court is constructed. I thank all of us for supporting devolution. You have a very committed, seriously committed partner in the judiciary, and we will continue to support you. We're just about to go to elections. I want to tell you that we are ready for you, but please act within the law, break no laws, please carry out your campaigns properly, but whatever number of election petitions you bring, we are ready. We started to prepare for election petitions in 2013. We think we are now ready, and when you come, we will deal with you within the time allowed in the Constitution. I wish all of us very fruitful deliberations within these 3 days. Thank you very much, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Lady Justice. Allow me, Your Excellency, sir, to now invite the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Senator Ekwethuro, to speak on behalf of Parliament. Let's welcome Honorable Speaker with a round of applause. Asante. Welcome, Speaker.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, visiting dignitaries with special recognition to the Minister of State of the Republic of India, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Lady Philomena Mwilu, all protocols observed. This is, Your Excellency, where this works very well. Speakers of the county assemblies, I must mention, honorable members of the National Assembly, honorable members of the county assemblies, dear senators, governors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Our chief guest, it is with great pleasure and honor that I join you with my colleagues, the senators, and fellow Kenyans in the distinguished visitors in this very scenic and beautiful county of Nakuru on the shores of Lake Naivasha, a freshwater lake in the Great Rift Valley. We are here to participate in the 4th annual Devolution Conference for the pioneering phase 1 of the devolved governance. These annual conferences bring all the key devolution institutions together as a family under one roof. It's an opportunity to reflect on the gains, challenges, and collectively do self-introspection to remove impediments that block our institutions from full realization of the potential of our great country. It also helps us to bond, create a collective sense of purpose, of unity, and destiny as one indivisible nation, and we are only but mere facilitators. And who are we? We are your humble servants, Your Excellency, since sovereign power is derived from the people. With the principles of devolution, principally the senators, governors, and the executives, and the members of the county assemblies, Your Excellency, I'm deliberately using the word humble because humility is a rarity in public policy. More often than not, servant leadership is invoked as a campaign clarion call rather than what it ought to be, a prerequisite of a truly transformational and ethical leadership. This year's celebrations, Your Excellency, include the launch of a book on the inaugural speeches of the pioneer governors, which I have had the honor and pleasure to write the forward. We are also going to unveil devolution warriors and award them for their commitment to entrench and deepen devolution in their various walks of life. We deliberately chose the theme for this year's 4th Devolution Conference as Devolution Transforming Lives. Tell your story. And I may add, Devolution Transforming Kenya. Each one of us is expected to give our story on how devolution has transformed our lives. We are therefore here to celebrate a system whose will has come full circle. On my own behalf and on behalf of the senators, we are glad that destiny through our constitutional governance created this democratic institution that thrusts upon our shoulders the responsibility of guiding, stewardship, and being the custodians of devolution. Dear participants, Nakuru County, our host for this year's conference, has a rich historical, political, and geographical significance. This is where the founding father of the nation, His Excellency President Jomo Kenyatta, convened a historic meeting for the colonial settlers to assure them of their security. The settlers owned huge ranches and feared for their property and lives. They had threatened to leave Kenya, but the founding father, in his characteristic style, assured the anxious senators that the government of Kenya under his leadership would provide and guarantee safety and security of that property, and that they are free to stay, to trade, and invest like every other citizen. He even confirmed to some of them that maybe they may be more Kenyan than himself, given the way they were looking much older. That guarantee to the sanctity of title and property rights ensured our new nation was firmly grounded on the rule of law and delivery of services and goods. It ensured our agricultural productivity remained the backbone of our economy, up to date, even as we expand to other sectors. Our economic growth for that first decade, Your Excellency, remained at a high of 7%. It is my expectation that the double growth expected in our Vision 2030 will be realized in the next devolution phase, because the indicators already in phase 1 are very promising. Almost 45 years later, Your Excellency, we are meeting here to celebrate how devolution has transformed our country through our counties. Devolution is a cog of the wheel of economic development for Kenya. Unlike previous development efforts, such as strategic sessional paper number 10 of 1965 that made an impact in terms of high potential areas, the district focused strategy for rural development. This model seeks to lift everybody and every part of our county. It ensures every county in the beloved republic gets a minimum resource envelope to apply to its own set of priorities without undue influence from any other quarter. and it fits very well with other national and international obligations, such as Vision 2030, SDGs, and Africa Agenda 2063. Devolution also calls for a high level of tolerance, mutual respect, and a deep sense structured engagement in the management of our public affairs in the effort to rectify inequalities arising from historical injustices and skewed development programs. Before 2013, decision-making was undertaken from the center and without any formal public participation and engagement of the people themselves. Commentaries and some actors of devolution often ignore this significant aspect, and when it is clearly spelled out in the objects and principles of devolution, it is one area that, in my view, that requires emphasis in the next phase of devolution. Dear participants, we are equally honored by the attendance of the President himself. As the fourth President of the Republic, destiny has thrust unto you the historical honor of being the first President of our Republic to implement devolution. Chapter 11 of the Constitution speaks of devolution, its principles, and also Article 3 talks of defense of the Constitution by each and every one of us. Your presence and participation, therefore, gives the devolution family the screaming headline of our devolution story. It is a much-needed headline as it demonstrates your unwavering support for devolution and will doubtless enrich our deliberations and resolutions. Your presence tells the story of your government commitment to devolution. Your government, Your Excellency, with the constitutional support of the Senate, has continued to give grants and equal share to many of our counties. It has now entered into partnership with the World Bank to enable counties access $150 million program to finance capacity building in each of our 47 counties. This is your story. This is the story of your presidency. What remains for us as the legislature is to create the enabling legal regime that will ensure these resources flow, and we promise to do so before we break. Devolution, Your Excellency, has been exciting but equally challenging. While we have operated with a trust deficit among the Houses of Parliament, between the Senate and the COG, as well as other key sectors involved in the implementation and oversight of the devolution process, we in Kenya have demonstrated to the world that alternative systems of devolved governance that engage people always succeed. And this I can state without fear of contradiction, as I've traveled to selected countries, and I'm convinced our system is still good, is grounded in the rule of law, and is not by repentance. Of course, like any other thing, there is room for improvement, and we must improve. We have not managed very well the interinstitutional linkages. This is work in progress, and we hope the new team of the intergovernmental relations, led by Professor Karega Mutai, will be able to help us this. Meetings of the summit also need to be held more regularly in order to ensure smooth and harmonious discharge of our responsibilities. Permit me, therefore, at this juncture, to give our special recognition and appreciation to the contributions made by some of the independent institutions and offices created by the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which played a key role in ensuring that devolution took root. We must learn to appreciate the contributions of all of our institutions: the Parliament, the Executive, Judiciary, the COG, the County Assemblies Forum, the CRA, the Office of the Auditor General, and the Control of Budget, and indeed, the Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission. Special recognition goes to the defunct Transition Authority, CIC, and the Ombudsman for their steadfastness in midwifing the nascent and offering the necessary legal and constitutional technical guidance that made us work together. To this end, we want to salute Dr. Willie Mutunga, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Mr. Charles Nyachai, the Chairman of CIC, Mr. Ginudhiwa Mwangi, the Chairman of TIE, and Dr. Amolo Otende, and not forgetting the indefatigable old man, Mr. Mika Cheserem, and our able Deputy Fatuma. We remain eternally grateful as a family of Devolution for them to start as well. We promise not to be the builders who rejected the cornerstone. We must now, as we go forward, Your Excellency, focus on improving and strengthening the relations between our various institutions, because a great democracy that delivers can only deliver on stable institutions. The overall theme of this conference, the devolution transformation, and the guiding theme, devolution transforming lives, tell your story, aptly captures the fact that the devolution train has left the station and is on full steam and gathering speed, hurtling ahead. From the first one in Kwale, to Kisumu, to the heart of Mount Kenya in Meru, and now to the Great Rift Valley. And my story is captured in that famous cartoon of King Solomon in the Daily Nation and the display of wisdom, where baby devolution was being claimed by two women in courts, and the Senate was acting with Solomonic wisdom to spare the baby. We saved the baby, and we have always sacrificed for this baby, and will continue to do so till the end of our time. Your Excellency, those are the remarks, and that's the story of the Senate. God bless Kenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Ekwe Ethuro. With the gracious permission of Your Excellency, I will now invite His Excellency Ambassador Stefano Dijak, Ambassador to the European Union, and also the chairperson of the Devolution Donor Group, to make some brief remarks. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu sana, on behalf of the Donor Group.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the Minister of State for Finance of the Republic of India, Honorable Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate and Deputy Chief of Justice, our kind host, the Governor of Nakuru County, Your Excellencies, Governors present, Deputy Governors, Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Senators and Members of Parliament present, Honorable Members of County Assemblies, Ambassadors and High Commissioner, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to speak on behalf of development partners in Kenya during this year's Devolution Conference. Allow me first of all to acknowledge and applaud the ongoing reforms Kenya has undertaken following the adoption of the Constitution in 2010. This constitutes one of the single greatest planned transformation of a country's governance structure, and it is a phenomenal achievement, something that every Kenyan should rightly be immensely proud of. But devolution is very much a work in progress, and we must keep this in mind when looking at the achievements to date. We must also keep in mind that in any country, devolution tends to be a long, drawn-out process. Agreeing on the principle is one thing, but working out all the nitty-gritty details and agreeing on where exactly to draw the line between the powers of the different levels of government may take indeed quite a few years. The European Union has 28 member states, and there are probably 28 different ways of how the relationship between the levels of government have been defined. The Americans have worked out yet another model, and so have the Canadians. Every country is unique. There are many choices to be made, and there are no rights or wrongs. What is important is to uphold the principles enshrining Kenya's constitution that states that the governments at the national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. I believe that this is one of the reasons why we are here today and in the coming days, and I very much look forward to having construction discussions about it. To date, popular support for devolution remains very high in the country, and this is not surprising. As I travel across the country, I see how access to services has improved and how previously marginalized areas are benefiting from increased investments and have seen their well-being improved. People have become citizens more than what they were once subjects, and are able now to directly vote for those people affecting their daily lives. Devolution is not without its challenges. In my own country, Italy, we started a process of reform in the same direction in the 1990s, which gave local administration unprecedented powers. However, looking back on the results we have achieved, we must note that along with positive achievements, also challenges became apparent. And I may like to share a couple with you. The devolution reforms boosted the status and power of local administration and their political class. This in turn produced institutional conflicts and litigation between different levels of government that did not benefit the citizens. Especially in the early days, devolution created a bloated administrative structures at the local level, and the cost of providing services actually went up. Nevertheless, the process brought local communities closer to address the issues most relevant to their ordinary lives, like schools, hospitals, roads. Those that, instead of voting for what were before simply ideological allegiances, they voted for concrete things right at the corner of their own homes. As I mentioned before, in devolutions there are no rights and wrong choices. You must design the rules of the game based on what is in the interest of the Kenyan people. Nevertheless, based on our own experience, allow me to offer a couple of observations. First of all, I'm happy to observe that the interaction between different institutions and the two levels of governments in Kenya is increasingly becoming more collaborative. There is real progress in some sector. We could mention agriculture and health as specific positive examples for all stakeholders to work together. Second, I believe Kenya is very much on the right track to address equity issues between and within counties by having a rules-based allocation mechanism, as well as an equalization fund. It is inevitable that there are discussions around the allocation criteria, and I'm sure this will evolve further as devolution progresses. In the meantime, it is important to keep in mind that issues of regional marginalization are not just addressed through devolution and the transfer of funds. It remains just as important for the national government to build the overarching infrastructures for economic development and create the conditions where all citizens feel included. Thirdly, there is room to review the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. As devolution is taking shape, there is scope to review organizational structures and staffing levels to streamline the cost of public administration and free up resources for service delivery and investment for inclusive economic and social development. Moving forward, development partners remain strong supporters of the devolution process. While the institutional structure have been created, there is continued need to build capacity to plan, budget, and deliver services, to further clarify roles and responsibilities of key actors, to increase county capacity for revenue collection. And as borne out by the reports of the Office of the Auditor General, generally strengthen public finance management capacity. We look to the government of Kenya to provide guidance on where and how best to direct our support. Looking at the year ahead, I must use this opportunity to express our desire to see peaceful and issues-based campaigning followed by free, fair, credible, and peaceful elections. It speaks to the success of the devolution process that compared to 4 years ago, there now is much stronger interest in the MCA and governors' positions. Finally, let me note that tomorrow we celebrate the International Women's Day to highlight the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements for women and to accelerate action towards gender parity. In this regard, it is really my hope that during the 2018 Devolution Conference, we shall welcome a number of female governors to this forum, as well as large numbers of elected women, MCA, MPs, and senators. I thank you for listening. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Ambassador. With the permission of Your Excellency, sir, I will now invite the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and Planning, Kenya, Honorable Mwangi Kiojuri, to make his remarks. And meanwhile, Bwana Kimathi takes over as our sign language interpreter. Welcome, Waziri.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, COG Chair Peter Munya, Minister of State for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India, Arjun Lam, Cabinet colleagues present, Governors present, Senators present, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be here today in a cool country to speak at the 4th Annual Devolution Conference. The theme of the conference being Devolution, Transforming Lives, Tell Your Story. Today, we are gathered here to tell the story of how devolution has transformed our people's lives. 4 years is sufficient time to identify what is working and what is not. It is sufficient time to gauge whether devolution has been faithful to the aspirations of the people. Devolution may be new, but its purpose is not. Devolution is about serving the people of the country more efficiently and effectively. Being an election year, we have observed that devolution has also created more diverse contestants and thus more inclusive representation at the local level. Regionally concentrated minorities groups are, for this reason, often better represented at local levels of government. For the above reason, we have seen heightened political tensions in the counties ahead of the forthcoming elections. We appeal to all political actors to carry out their campaigns in a manner that promotes democracy, tolerance, in which political activity may take place without fear of intimidation. This is in keeping with the saying that we have not inherited this land from our ancestors, but have borrowed it for our children. In so doing, we shall not only guarantee that the good work brought by devolution continues, we shall also be cementing the legacy of devolution for posterity. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to confirm and assure you that from where I sit as the Cabinet Secretary of Devolution and Planning, our story is that devolution is working and devolution is transforming our people's lives. I therefore wish, on behalf of the Ministry and our partners, the Council of Governors and the Senate, to thank you, Your Excellency, the President, for gracing this occasion and for your commitment to devolution. I want to assure you that my ministry will support with diligence and a sense of urgency the resolutions of this conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. God has blessed us with the rains. And Your Excellency, I wish to invite you and the honorable ladies and gentlemen to view the screens for the Devolution documentary. Welcome. We raise the volume a bit since
ametusaidia kweli kweli. Hii ni sawa kabisa, tofauti kubwa mara 100.
For the last 4 years, the rays of development have been brightly dazzling across the breadths and lengths of our beloved nation. This has been brought about by the robust efforts put in place by county governments who have greatly transformed the lives of all Kenyans by making them have access to basic services. This is the story of devolution. The importance of a healthy community cannot be overemphasized. With this in mind, county governments have continued to allocate an appreciable 21% of the budget to this sector. In the 4 financial years, a total of 200 billion shillings out of the 954 billion shillings was allocated to this sector. Under devolution, the health sector has been greatly enhanced through several ways, like improving access to health services. In 2012, there were 8,466 health centers and dispensaries. Now there are 10,032.
Mazahanati hata na health centers ziko kwa karibu, kiasi kwamba inaokoa wakati wa kwenda mahali mbali.
Before devolution, specialized medical care was only to be found at the national referral hospitals. But with the advent of devolution, county-managed referral hospitals perform specialized treatment services due to increased availability of personnel as well as medical equipment, those acquired by county governments and those provided by the national government under the Managed Medical Equipment Service. Such include the open heart surgeries, kidney dialysis, cesarean sections and cancer care centers, among others. In 2012, there were 874 doctors in the entire country, but now at least 4,080 doctors have been employed by the county governments and 557 by the national government, making a growing total of 4,637 doctors. As of 2012, there were only 3,757 nurses, but after the county governments employed 24,373 nurses and the national government employed 1,224, now the number of nurses stands at 25,597. At this pace, county governments will soon reach the World Health Organization's recommended ratio of 1 physician to 1,000 patients. The number of skilled birth deliveries in health facilities has risen from 43% in 2013 to an impressive 61% by the year 2014. Other measures include improving access to sanitary towels that improves the health, school attendance and dignity of girls in schools. Agriculture is the backbone of Kenya's economy and directly contributes 30% to the GDP annually as per 2015 statistics. The agricultural sector has also realized 6.2% growth in the period 2015 against 2.9% in 2012.
na hiyo ni faida sana kwa mkulima.
The new frontier of success in agriculture is value addition. The county governments have taken up this role in earnest. County governments have established 147 value addition projects like these loaves made of sweet potato flour.
We have seen change in devolution because we had temporary structures and now they are putting up permanent structures which can make us run our business without sunshine disrupting our goods.
Basic services and agricultural produce cannot be accessible if there is a poor network or no roads at all. The development of 87,000 kilometers of roads in the country in different ways has opened up the interiors of our beautiful landscape. In the last 4 years of devolution, 9,500 kilometers have been rehabilitated, 21,300 kilometers graded, while 35,900 kilometers are maram that have been developed. Additionally, 19,100 kilometers of new roads have been constructed. Some county governments have gone an extra mile by tarmacking a collective of 379 kilometers of roads and more than 320 bridges have been built.
Tulikuwa tunatumia pesa mingi kwa transport awali. Saa hii tutumii transport nyingi kwa maana barabara kunaye karibu. Sasa inasaidia sisi.
Water is life and conservation is the future, so goes the saying. After an annual budgetary allocation of 6.5% of the total funds from the county governments, the provision of clean water has rose in the following ways. The total number of operational boreholes has increased from 4,967 to 6,498, indicating an increase of 1,521 boreholes since 2013.
Na kwa akina mama, hii maji yetu imetufanyia vizuri sana. Maji haina chumvi, ni fresh water. Sasa hata watu wameanza kulima shamba hapa around. Si kila siku tunakula sukuma, kuna nyanya, kuna mahindi mabichi.
This has consequently increased water access to 70%, with an additional 500,000 households having been connected to clean piped water from 1.6 million households to hit a record 2.1 million households, reducing the spread of waterborne diseases. Construction of water kiosks, sanitation blocks, and extensions of pipelines has also been done in the counties.
Alhamdulillah, hada biyo baad baan ka dheregin. Maxaa hadaa biyaha la baad kana Ilaahay baan nahay ma ka dheregin. Inta aqoon tasaka soo haysan biyaha fadhigaayna noogu imaadeen. Biyaha daahiman ma haysan. Alhamdulillah, Ilaahay baan nahay.
As a devolved function, the early childhood education centers as well as vocational training centers have seen considerable improvement. At least 600 ECDE centers that were an eyesore before have been refurbished, and at least 30,049 teachers and assistants across the country have been recruited. The raft of measures applied by the county governments are bearing sweet fruits in the eyes, ears and hearts of the beneficiaries. Some counties have even begun a feeding program as an incentive to help these young ones to remain and concentrate in the institutions. The youth, women and people living with various disabilities now have been greatly considered for empowerment so as to create employment opportunities as well as establish businesses to make a living.
Si ati tunasaidika tu hapa peke yake, itasaidia mpaka baadaye, badala ya kwenda kutafuta mtu akusaidia kuunda mashine mwenyewe unajiundia na unaendelea na kazi.
As noted, the resources allocated to each devolved sector are hardly adequate to cater for the numerous functions. The achievements so far met are only an indicator of how much more the counties would achieve with adequate funding.
funding is negotiated between our countries and with the participation of the county, because we are now in a devolved situation here in Kenya. So it takes time, but it's important to take time to do things good.
The national government remains committed to making devolution work. It has taken lead in coordinating policy decisions aimed at supporting the devolution process. More than ever before, parts of this country in which the government was non-existent have felt the presence of a responsive government in their local communities. What has been achieved so far, it has taken many countries years to accomplish. Under the Senate's leadership, there has been a year-on-year increase in the amount of monies sent by the National Treasury to the counties. In the year 2013-2014, the amount sent to counties was 210 billion shillings. In 2014-2015, the amount was 226 billion shillings. The following year, the amount rose to 287 billion shillings. In this financial year 2016-2017, 304.2 billion shillings has been transferred to counties. The Senate continues to enact pieces of legislation that are facilitative of devolved system of governance. Bills passed by the Senate and assented to include the Mining Bill 2014, the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2014, the Government Proceedings Amendment Bill 2014, the Climate Change Bill 2014, and the Fertilizers and Animal Foodstuffs Amendment Bill 2013. The County Assemblies Forum, an organ that comprises representatives of the 47 county assemblies, come together to spur the institutional development assemblies to perform their oversight, law-making and representation functions, thereby enhancing devolution in a harmonized manner for the county assembly's legislative roles. A number of issues requiring judicial interpretation have arisen over aspects of the devolution process, such as the distribution of functions between the two levels of government and division of revenue. There is an evident emergence of jurisprudence on devolution and related matters, and the judiciary has significantly played her role in setting the standards and principles on many aspects of devolution. As a means of improving efficiency, equity, inclusiveness in governance, service delivery and development, public participation has created a space where citizens are entrusted to directly decide on government decision-making and spending. Through citizen forums, written memoranda and e-participation channels including websites, SMSs and social media, citizens have been involved in the county development agenda, where the needs and wants of the citizens, as well as other issues affecting them, are aired and addressed.
Lazima tuone kama miradi moja itakuwa pande hii, ingine hapa katikati, ingine pale juu, ndio watu wawe at least iwe balance.
However, the journey has not been all rosy. Some challenges have inevitably cropped up, and they include inadequate protection of devolution from the necessary bodies. There has also been constant collision of roles between the executive and the legislature at the county level. Resource allocation has also been a major challenge in the implementation of devolution. Devolution has in some instances been misinterpreted as grounds for exalting tribalism in counties. It will therefore be prudent to carry out exchanges of professionals across the counties to create a balance in ethnic composition of the staff in all the counties to enhance integration and cohesion. As the country heads to another election cycle, all political seat candidates as well as the voters can learn a valuable lesson from one of devolution stakeholders, the Council of Governors. The Council conducts her executive office holders' elections with such decorum and peace, and the transition is flawless and dignified. May all Kenyans uphold the same approach and spirit. Welcome and be part of Kenya's devolution story.
Thank you very much. The story of devolution is told in 7 minutes. Your Excellency, with your permission, I will now invite the chairperson, Council of Governors, and also the Governor of Meru County, Honorable Peter Munya, to make his remarks and take us through the next part of the program. Chairman, Council of Governors, Honorable Peter Munya. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the Minister of State for Finance and the Corporate Affairs of the Government of India, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Speaker of the Senate, the Honorable Ekwe Dhuro, Honorable Mwangi Kiunjuri, Cabinet Minister in charge of Devolution and Planning, Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Lady Justice Philomena Mwilu, Stefano Dejak, Ambassador to the European Union in Kenya, Principal Secretaries, Ends of Missions, members of the county assemblies, other national government representatives, county government representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'll begin by introducing some of the distinguished guests who have honored us with their presence in this conference so that they can be recognized by the participants. And specifically, I want to recognize international guests from friendly countries who have visited us to participate in this conference. From South Sudan, we have Honorable Richard Kebe Mulas. I think he will stand up for recognition by. Then we have the Minister of Federal Affairs. This is the Minister of Federal Affairs, Government of South Sudan. You've not given him applause, proper applause for. From Ethiopia, we have Maeregu Abtamariam, Regional Director for East Africa, Forum of Federations. Is up there. Give him an applause for representing the friendly neighboring country of Ethiopia. We also have many ambassadors who have joined us and who have always joined us for this devolution conference. We have Ambassador Robert Godek of the United States of America. Give him an applause. We also have the British High Commissioner, Nick Alley. We have the European Union Ambassador who has already spoken on behalf of the donor group, Mr. Stefano Dejak. We have the Norwegian Ambassador, Victor Conrad Donnenberg. We have Mr. Francesca Dorosecki, the Ambassador of Slovakia to Kenya. You'll excuse my pronunciations. You have the Indian High Commissioner to Kenya, Mrs. Susitra Durai. We also have the Nigerian High Commission, End of Chancery, Mrs. Asmau Irene Dirisu. Then we have the Rwanda First Secretary to the Rwandan High Commission, Kim Kamasa. And last but not least, we have the South Sudan Ambassador, His Excellency, Sadia Abdallah Elias Diab. Sue? Oh, this is the Sudan ambassador. I'm sorry for that confusion. This is the ambassador to the Republic of Sudan. This conference is unique in the sense that we under preceding conference before this particular one, that was a conference of the children of Kenya. Because we believe devolution has to be bequeathed to the children for it to continue. Everything has to be bequeathed to the next generation. So a conference of our children was organized where they came and learned about devolution. And they made their own recommendations to this conference, and we thought it's fair because they wanted the president to hear their recommendations, just summarized manner, then they can be able to give them. It was a very intensive conference where I realized we have very, very intelligent children who are aware of everything that is happening to this country and who have great ideas that give us a lot of hope as a country. So I wanted to call, I don't have the list of the children who are coming. When they come, they'll be able to give them applause. This gentleman is called Dennis Mutugi. He is from Tharaka-Nithi County. And he is from class 8. He is in class 8. This lady is from Omambe County, Asumbingaos High School. So those are the ones who present the recommendations of the children conference on behalf of the rest of the children of Kenya.
Representative of the children of Kenya, drawn from the 47 counties of the Republic, congregated at the inaugural Children's Conference, Devolution Conference, held from the 27th to 28th February 2017 at the Nairobi Primary School, Nairobi, under the theme, Devolution Transforming Lives, Tell Your Story. As a synthesis of our ideation workshops, discussions, and plenary interaction, we call for the following: under child protection and participation, establishment of children rescue homes and centers, regular interactions between county officials and the children representatives in the children's government in the counties. Under peace, values, and cohesion, county governments to take action that enhance children dialogue and education on peace, national values, and cohesion during the 2017 election and beyond. Political leaders to create harmony and promote peace without inciting their constituents to violence during political rallies. Education. County governments should support education programs that are inclusive, especially for the vulnerable children with disabilities and marginalized children at the grassroots levels. Provide more ECDE and vocational training centers with better facilities and more teachers. Health. County governments to facilitate public education on health, employ more health professionals, provide affordable assistant devices and aids for children living with disabilities, and provide Kenyan Sign Language and other accessibility assistance to improve access to primary health care. Provide and ensure access to emergency services such as ambulances in the rural areas. Energy and infrastructure. Use of solar and wind energy as alternative sources of energy that will assist in improving learning. More roads, especially the roads leading to schools, be constructed. to ensure greater rural accessibility and markets to facilitate better pricing for agricultural goods.
Your Excellency, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, Indian Minister of State Finance, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwali, and all protocols observed, good afternoon. I would like to continue from where my colleague Faith has reached in accordance to devolution, popularly called DevCon 2017. In terms of environment, the county government should ensure afforestation and tree planting, whereby the county governments may provide seedlings to the public. Recycling of waste, especially plastics, and facilitate, in collaboration with children, county cleaning days. We might also include the people with disabilities in participation of environment caring sectors, for example, the tree planting days and cleaning days. Fight against corruption. County governments, especially governors, to take responsibility and address issues of corruption at the country, since it hinders development, poverty, and discourages devolution. The governors should encourage citizens and mobilize the police to start arresting corruption victims. The county governments should also strive to start anti-corruption units which may help also in fighting against corruption. Protect rights of children with disability and special interest groups. County governments recognize the rights of the people groups and undertake programs aimed at taking affirmative action to ensure that children have equal access to services offered by the governments. So, to add on this, special schools can be established in every county to cater for these children, improve infrastructure for physically challenged. The county governments also may employ the sign languages interpreters, for example, the one who is standing in front of us, so that they may interpret and help the deaf and mute, because they are also our fellow Kenyans. In conclusion, we wish to thank all those who made this children's conference a success. Hope that our views will be considered and implemented. We request that feedback on the issues raised will be provided towards to all participants the end of the first quarter of 2017. And devolution to be continued everywhere, and God bless Kenya. Asante sana.
Give the applause to the children again. More applause to our children for those very good recommendations. Let me begin by requesting that we all stand up and observe a minute of silence in honor of the late Honorable Nderitu Gachagua, the governor of Nyeri, who passed on. We may take our seats. Thank you very much. Take this opportunity to convey a special welcome to you all, and especially to our president for finding time from his very, very, very busy schedule to be with us today to attend the annual Devolution Conference. This is the last conference that we are hosting as the pioneer governors, and as such, it is an opportune forum for all of us to evaluate the achievements of county government since 2013 interrogate the challenges that counties have faced thus far, and document what remains undone to inform the next steps for the incoming county and national regime. Devolution has come of age. County governments have run a full term, and the first Council of Governors is nearly winding up. We have implemented the first phase of the devolved system of governance. The establishment of county governments in 2013 was the ultimate actualization of Article 1(4) of the Constitution, that sovereign power of the people is exercised at the national and county levels. This conference provides us with a platform for us to take stock of what progress we have made in realizing the objectives of devolution as illuminated in Article 174 of the Constitution. For the last 4 years, county governments have played a pivotal role in delivering vital services, developing local economies, and empowering communities through robust public participation. Skeptics may think otherwise, but the successes that have been witnessed in the 47 counties are proof that devolution is the real deal. Real power, real resources, and real engagement of communities has come with devolution. The transition period ended on 4th March 2016, meaning that all functions assigned to county governments under the 4th century of the Constitution are now squarely under the purview of the county governments, therefore allowing us to look back and celebrate key milestones in the devolution journey. With the majority of health services now devolved, healthcare forms one of the single most largest components of county budgets, accounting for nearly a quarter of the total. Not only have we prioritized primary health care in community health facilities, we have also focused our efforts on eliminating infant mortality. In 2012, there were 8,466 health centers and dispensaries. We have increased this to 10,032 and invested heavily in equipping delivery wards with incubators. These investments are paid off. We have witnessed a huge drop, up to 39% in infant deaths per 1,000 live births. Let me remind you that it is during the county government's tenure that Mandera County performed for the first time since independence its first cesarean delivery under Tabaka Sub-County Hospital. The same feat was achieved in Embu County when in Mbere Sub-County Hospital, Chicago Town, Susan Wawera delivered a boy through the first ever cesarean section operation in a theater that was built by the Embu County government in a sub-district hospital. To build on the landmarks in the health sector, it is worth mentioning that there has been an upsurge of nurses from 6,620 in 2012 to 8,900 in 2016. Expenditure for procurement of drugs has increased by more than 40%, and we have seen an increase in accessibility to specialized medical care for diabetes, renal care, and cardiovascular care. The biggest setback to these achievements in the devolution of healthcare journey has been the devastating doctor strike that is almost now reaching 3 months. Hard decisions must be made on this matter so that treatment of our very poor people can resume and we can stop the needless death of the very vulnerable people in our communities. In agriculture, counties have invested in mechanization and made significant leaps in crop and animal production. We have initiated a validation project, installed greenhouses, and established new market linkages for farmers. With climate change interfering with rainfall patterns, counties are taking the climate smart route and have, in this regard, put more than 70,000 hectares under irrigation. This initiative will strengthen food security, reduce vulnerability, and generally raise smallholder income. I also cannot fail to state that over 1,650,000 farmers are covered on extension. Over 900 cattle dips have been constructed and rehabilitated, and more than 200 milk coolers have been purchased and distributed in the dairy areas. In the road sector, and despite county government facing financial and legislative hurdles, we are proud of the following achievements between 2013 and 2016: 379 kilometers of tarmac roads, 35,934 kilometers of Maramd roads, 19,148 kilometers of new roads, and 9,572 kilometers of rehabilitated roads. But these successes have been attained amidst vilification and a serious underfunding. As at the end of the transition period, on 4th March 2016, county government received an extra 113 kilometers of roads. Yet in the division of revenue for the financial year 2016-2017 and 2017-2018, no funds have been allocated to the counties to support the additional roads. Unlike the national government, which despite handling only that 9,995 kilometers of roads received an allocation of 79 billion. Moreover, national agencies, notably Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and the National Highways Authority, have continued to be in charge of county roads, in spite of the High Court having actually pronounced itself on this issue and ordered the immediate transfer of the roads by recognizing that the construction and or maintenance of all county roads, class D, E, and unclassified, is the responsibility of county governments, and all class A, B, and C constitute national trunk roads, and they are therefore responsibility of the national government. Evidence of our success in the water sector can be seen in the growth of water coverage across the country. Many counties have managed to connect over 70% of resident households to piped water. We are rehabilitating and constructing dams, water pans, and bores, and collaborating with the private sector and non-state actors to support and sustain various community water projects across the country. These efforts have markedly contributed to the improvement of primary health care in the country. In education, counties have experienced exponential growth in early childhood education, with counties investing in recruitment of teachers and expansion of infrastructure. Increment in ECD enrollment was inevitable. Additionally, counties are constructing more youth polytechnics and empowerment centers to nurture the skills of young people and prepare them for the job market. Let me mention that these milestones have not been constrained to just the development space. We have recorded major wins in the legal arena through judicial intervention. We have secured functional integrity and independence of county government as anticipated in the Constitution. This has been achieved through historic declarations, among others, that the Constituency Development Fund has certain unconstitutional aspects that, as mentioned previously, county roads should be transferred to the county governments, that county outdoor advertising is deemed a county function, and recently that the Senate cannot question the legality of county laws. To ensure that oversight powers are not abused for political and personal interests, the courts have also set high thresholds for the removal from office of governors and the county executive committee members. We also acknowledge that county governments have been able to coherently tell the devolution story despite the constant misinformation and the prejudice peddled in public. As a system of governance has sought to move power, responsibilities, and resources from the central government to counties, it was expected that devolution would face resistance. Yet, in spite of the negative rhetoric that devolution is expensive and untenable, counties have continued to implement their functions. In fact, the appreciation for devolution in the country is rated at 60% among citizens. Even as we appreciate the successes of devolution, we cannot fail to take cognizance of the challenges that we have surmounted and those that still persist. I must admit that the environment for the implementation of devolution has not been very amiable, expectantly. In the 4 years, we have had disagreements between national and county, between counties and national institutions and various agencies, especially over funding. Sometimes lack of consultation on matters that affect county governments, and also sometimes lack of technical support for the implementation of these functions. Insufficient allocations and delayed disbursement to counties by the National Treasury has also sometimes nearly paralyzed finalization of development projects. Moreover, there are functions that remain unfunded, yet they have already been transferred to the counties, for instance, libraries and the museums. So the question we now must ask ourselves is this: what has failed to be done in the last 4 years, and what can we do moving forward to make devolution better? We are not here to apportion blame, because we all bear responsibility for making devolution work. What we are here to do is take stock of what we have been able to do and see how we can work collectively to move this agenda further. What steps then must be taken to make devolution fully function? For a start, county functions be well funded. We are saying for devolution to work completely, we must continue increasing funding to the counties until we reach what we consider the optimum level of funding, that is 45%. And hopefully in future amendments to the Constitution, we may also fix that particular figure in the Constitution to make funding to counties predictable and determinable, for counties to plan without fearing that resources may not be there or may be reduced. Second, state agencies and corporations and regional development authorities must be restructured to align to the devolved system of government to avoid overlapping and duplication of functions. In every financial year, these state bodies continue to benefit from colossal budgetary allocations, which ideally should form part of the county share of revenue. To illustrate this, in the 2015-2016 budget, ongoing road construction and maintenance has been allocated 85.2 billion. These monies went on to fund state actors like Kura and Kera, who continue to award contracts for county roads. The same budget allocated a sum of Kenya shilling 79.7 billion for agriculture, specifically irrigation projects, fisheries, and livestock. Yet, under the fourth schedule of the Constitution, agriculture is a fully devolved function, and the national government mandate extends only to agricultural policy and research. Regional development authorities like the Tana and Athi River Development Authority, Kerio Valley Development Authority, Lake Basin Development Authority, and others also continue to receive a share of the national budget only for these monies to be utilized for projects related to devolved functions. Third, intergovernmental institutions must be strengthened and properly institutionalized to improve their effectiveness. The Council of Governors, Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee, the National and County Government Coordinating Summit, and the Intergovernmental Budget and the Economic Council should be independent and not housed under a specific ministry. In fact, the constitutional structure is that they should be, other than the Council of Governors, the others should be housed under the presidency. These intergovernmental bodies are capable of being clearing houses for most sector and policy issues that sometimes end up in the courts or remain unresolved. Fourth, the framework for funds flow system for conditional grants and donor funds must be finalized. A draft document on the administration and reporting of conditional grants was jointly developed by the National Treasury and the Council of Governors, but is yet to be adopted. Where donor funds are related to county functions, they should be dispersed to the counties, not held at national ministries. The use of national government agencies to hold funds for county functions also undermine devolution. Fifth, national ministries, departments, and agencies must support devolution. For instance, the National Treasury should offer adequate capacity to the counties to be able to completely utilize the problematic IFMIs. Proper capacity building needs to be done by the National Treasury. With respect to borrowing, national government must also implement the window that allows counties to also borrow, and we'll be able to develop a framework that is quite watertight, that will not be abused, and therefore we would require that that framework also be implemented as soon as possible. Lastly, we must work together to build better relationships between the national government, national parliament, constitutional commissions, and the county governments. If the first years have taught us any lessons, it is that tensions, mistrust, and discord can only derail the implementation of devolution. Consultations and dialogue must be our mantra on matters, policy, and the legislation. As the next county regimes, national and county regimes come into place after the August elections, they must without fail prioritize resolving these pending issues if devolution is to flourish and realize its full potential and contribute to the long-term development and stability and well-being of our country. As I conclude, I must remember our partners who are supporting us in the devolution journey. The judiciary has continually made pronouncements, as mentioned previously, to protect the devolved system of government. Also, the collaboration between the council and the judiciary has been evident. Through dialogue between the two institutions, the judiciary has waived court fees for county governments, designated separate registries to handle county legislation, and increased mobile courts from 19 to 52. We have also deliberated on how to share revenue emanating from county legislation fines, even though there is a constitutional handle to the implementation of the same. Indeed, the judiciary has contributed to the development of jurisprudence, which is by and large pro-devolution. To our development partners, a special thank you. Whether it is through development projects, technical support, or capacity building, your presence has been felt. However, I call upon you to align your priorities and with those of counties so that your support can be more impactful and significantly contribute to the achievement of county development goals. As we move towards the general election, the call by the Council of Governors to the whole nation is this: that we remain peaceful. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission must work tirelessly to secure free and fair elections. Politicians must also play their part as they bear the largest responsibility in ensuring that the electioneering period is free of violence, conflict, and ethnic divisions. We cannot afford to plunge our motherland into sectarian violence once again. As our core as leaders is to serve, as we dispense public or private duty, we are in service to the people of Kenya. We must therefore fulfill this duty diligently and faithfully. We should all work together towards the success of devolution. I wish you all well. I wish you all successful deliberations in this conference. Before I invite our chief guests to give us a keynote address, I want to invite the minister in charge of finance and corporate affairs from the government of India, who is also a special guest in this devolution conference. Every devolution conference, we usually have a special guest whom we also invite to share their experiences from their own country. Last time we had the Prime Minister from Namibia, and today we are privileged to have a minister from the government of India who will also tell us the story of India, and because they also have a federal system that has also elements of devolution. So join me in applauding Mr. Arjun Rama Rawal to come and address us.
His Excellency, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Chairperson of Council of Governors, His Excellency Honorable Peter Munaiya, Lady Justice, Deputy Chief of Justice of Kenya, Speaker of the Senate, His Excellency Mr. Ikiwi Ithiro. Ikiwi? Right or wrong? Yes, thank you. Governor of the Nukuru County, His Excellency Mr. Kinuthia Mubgoa. Honorable Ambassador of European Union in Kenya, Excellencies, Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Governors, distinguished participants, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Jumbo, good afternoon. I am delighted to attend the inaugural ceremony of the 4th Annual Devolution Conference in beautiful Nakuru County. I thank the government of Kenya and the organizer of the conference for extending a warm hospitality to me and my delegation. I bring the greeting of 1.25 billion people of India to friendly people of Kenya. I am happy to represent India and our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi, at this important conference with theme Devolutions, Transforming Lives, Tell Your Story. I am here today to share India's story of devolution and our experience in how decentralization resulted in transforming lives of common people in India. During our freedom struggle, father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, advocated Panchayati Raj as a foundation of the India's political system, as a decentralized form of government in which each village would be responsible for its own affairs. He believed that inclusion of all the stakeholders in the process of decision making and public policy formation will be useful in social and political transformation of our country and will represent true democracy. Mahatma Gandhi's concept of democratic decentralization bears the stamp of his passionate belief of non-violence and individual non-violence, truth and individual freedom. Given India's size and diversity, decentralization was very important for the country's strategy for development. Villages have always been the basic units of the administration in India since ancient times. History of decentralization in India is, as a matter of fact, the history of evolution of Panchayat Raj system in the country. The Constitution of India provides a federal system of government, even though it describes India as a union of states. At present, India is a federal constitutional republic governed under the parliamentary system consisting of 29 states and 7 union territories. Today, I will focus on two aspects of Indian experience of devolution: center-state relationship and Panchayat Raj system. The Constitution of India defines the structure, organization and powers of the centers as well as the state governments. The Constitution divides legislative authority between the union and state in 3 lists: the union list, the state list and the concurrent list. The union parliament has exclusive authority to frame laws on subjects enumerated in the union list. These include foreign affairs, defense, armed forces, communication, post and telegraphs, foreign trade, etc. The state list includes public order, police, administration of justice, prisons, local governments, agriculture, etc. The concurrent list comprises of criminal and civil procedure, trade unions, electricity, media, education, population control and family planning, etc. Both the parliament and the state legislatures can make laws on the subject given in the concurrent list, but the center has a prior claim to legislate on concurrent subjects. Residuary power rests with the union government. Both the union government and the states have been provided with the independent sources of revenue by the constitutions. Parliament can levy taxes on the subject included in the union list. The state can levy taxes on the subject in the state list. Ordinarily, there are no taxes on the subject in the concurrent list. In the financial sphere, also the states are greatly dependent on the center for the finances. The center can exercise control over the state finances through the Comptroller and Auditor General of India and grants. One of the instruments which the Constitution has evolved for the purpose of distributing financial resources between center and states is the Finance Commission. The Indian Constitution provides for a number of mechanisms to promote cooperative federalism. There is a provision to establish inter-state council to promote better coordination between the center and the states. The council is headed by the Prime Minister and includes 6 cabinet ministers of the Union and chief ministers of all the state and union territories. 6 zonal councils were set up to ensure greater cooperation amongst the states. Each council consists of the chief minister and 2 other ministers of each of the states in the zone and the administrator. In the case of the union territory, the union home minister has been nominated to be the common chairman of the all zonal councils. Promoting both cooperative and competitive federalism has been an overreaching theme of the government of India. The disbandment of the Planning Commission and its replacement by a Niti Aayog is especially designed to promote cooperative federalism. Niti Aayog concentrates on the border policy framework instead of micro-resources allocate functions. The 23rd Amendment of the Constitution in 1992 was a landmark decision. It declares the panchayat as a unit of self-government, directed the state to devolve function of 29 subjects directly related to the social and economic development of an area, made provision for resources sharing between Panchayat Raj institution and government, regular elections to local bodies, reservations for socially disadvantaged classes and women, etc., in order to make sure that the people can have a say in the process of local governance. The institution of Gram Sabha was given high importance. Constitutions with the Gram Sabha on all important matter, including planning and implementation of development program, was made a necessary requirement. The amendment to a great extent paved the way of decentralization of governance and transforming village panchayat as an institution of self-government. In India, the Panchayat Raj is now function as a system of governance in which Gram Panchayat are the basic unit of the local administration. The system has three levels. Gram Panchayat means the village level, Mandal Parishad or Block Samiti or Panchayat Samiti means the block level, and Jila Parishad means the district level. Ladies and gentlemen, India admires the people and leadership of Kenya for overall development and stability in Kenya since independence. Kenya's economy and its infrastructure make it an influential player in the region. Kenya's young and skilled population make it an important economic power. Its innovative climate resulted in the outstanding success of M-Pesa. It's a very good instrument for digital transaction. India's historical ties with Kenya have now evolved into a robust and multifaceted partnership. Our relations are marked by regular high-level visits, increasing trade and investment, as well as extensive people-to-people contacts. India attaches high priority to its partnership with Kenya. A successful state visit of PM Narendra Modi to Kenya in July 2016 and the state visit of His Excellency the President of Kenya to India in January 2017 gave a fresh momentum to our partnership. Our two governments are following up on the implementation of the significant decision taken by our leaders during visits. I am happy to note that a state-of-art made an India cancer therapy machine, Bhamatron, second, a gift from India to the people of Kenya, is in process of commissioning at Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi. Our High Commission handed over a check of $1 million to the University of Nairobi for innovation of Mahatma Gandhi's graduate library. Plans are underway to put up a cancer hospital in Kenya under a line of credit offered by India. India and Kenya have a thriving economic and commercial relationship. India is Kenya's leading trade and investment. Many Indian companies have made Kenya their base to operate in the entire East Africa. India has extended over $200 million lines of credit to the government of Kenya in diverse areas such as power transmission, textile, SME, as well as for agriculture mechanization. Indians are the third largest group of tourists to Kenya. Kenyan scholars and students consider India is a very comfortable place to live, learn and work. We are happy that thousands of Kenyan patients have returned from India after a successful treatment. Under India's flagship program, Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, ITEC, which provides technical know-how, expertise, as well as training and capacity building in fellow developing countries. During 2016-17, India offered over 200 training slots as well as ICCR scholarship, and I was told that they were utilized by candidates from almost all the counties of Kenya. I am confident that this comprehensive partnership between India and Kenya will continue to expand, that our cooperation will scale new heights. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, good governance demand respect for human rights, rule of law, strengthening of democracy, promoting transparency and capacity in public administration. It is widely recognized that effective decentralization is dependent on a strong political commitment from higher level authorities within the government, autonomy of the local bodies in decision making and implementation of the local scheme, availability of the internally generated resources at the local level. In India and Kenya, devolution is an important pillar of respective constitutions. I am confident that deliberations during the conference will be useful in achieving its objective of reviving the socio-economic impact of devolution and demonstrating achievement of adoption of devolution and identifying opportunities. Once again, I thank the government of Kenya for inviting India to share our story of decentralizations with the people of Kenya. I wish all the success to the 4th annual devolution conference, and I am sure that today the rainfall has witnessed in our society. Rainfall is auspicious. Rainfall is always auspicious in your society too. So I am sure that this devolution conference will be converted into an auspicious conference. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you.
Give more applause to the minister from India who has given us the experience of India in decentralization. One of the objectives of these devolution conferences is to promote local tourism, so that when we have them in different parts of Kenya, Kenyans from across the country and guests can be able to visit that particular locality in Kenya. With 6,000 people visiting our county, I don't think there is any other initiative that is impacting on local tourism than the Devolution Conference. The other objective of this conference is also to help build capacity of counties to host big conferences like this one. And from the first one, from the reports I receive, we have been improving in terms of standards since we started with the first Devolution Conference. So we are very happy and privileged to have the President of Kenya being with us today to give us a keynote address. We have many challenges in devolution, and from what we have heard from even other people who have gone through a similar process, it is never easy. And it takes time also to deal with all the challenges. So I am sure you all agree with me that the President has provided leadership in implementation of devolution for the 4 years that he has been in charge. So despite those very many challenges, we want to thank you for the leadership you have provided in making devolution work. And I want therefore all of you to stand and join me in welcoming him to come and address the conference. Mpigieni makofi akija.
Asanteni sana. Asante sana. Chairman wa Council of Governors, Peter Munya, Governors present, Speaker of the Senate, Senators, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I too join the previous speakers to say that I am also happy to be with you here today as we celebrate the progress of devolution, but also in considering how we can even do better in time to come. Let me also begin by thanking the people of Nakuru as well as the county government of Nakuru for welcoming us all so warmly and for their hospitality in hosting this conference. I also want to thank the Council of Governors, again, in rotating the conference venue across the various counties. You have also shown your dedication to the principles of devolution, and for that I think you also deserve congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 years ago we chose to transform the way we govern ourselves. Then, as now, Kenyans wanted a few simple things. Central to these was that they all wanted to be at the center of government. They wanted fair access to basic services. They wanted leaders who respected their needs and choices. And they also wanted honest leaders who were directly accountable to them. We Kenyans have a habit about disagreeing about many things. But I dare say that on this singular subject, we were all in agreement, and none will deny that this is what we wanted from devolution. 4 years ago, the Kenyan people handed me the privilege to implement this fundamental change. And indeed, despite challenges, I'm pleased to see that the institutions that we have set up together to support the aspirations of Kenyans stand firm today, clearly recognizing that devolution is here to stay. What remains is simple. And when I say we who are gathered here, I mean us leaders in particular, need to constantly ask ourselves if we have met the expectations of those who have placed so much faith in us. Are ordinary Kenyans today at the heart of government? Do ordinary Kenyans have fair access to the basics? Are we being honest? Are we accountable to those who put us here? To determine the success of devolution, all we need to do is answer these questions. Let me begin by saying that on my part, I have been privileged to have overseen the establishment of devolution. I am proud that we, working together, have lifted by the goodwill and participation of ordinary Kenyans right across the country, have been able to change much and in a very short period of time. I want to thank both levels of government for working hard to make devolution a success. And let me also insist that without the commitment of ordinary Kenyans right across the country, none of us would have a success story to tell. I am grateful for the work that we have all done together, and indeed I am humbled by the energy and patriotism that I have seen also in these past few years. The efforts of all must be recognized, but each of us must also account for his part. So let me make myself perfectly clear. Devolution ranks at the very top of my administration's priority list. And that's why we fully support it, knowing that it promises a future of shared prosperity for every Kenyan. Indeed, despite the calls for additional money, we need to recognize that our deeds have matched our words. By the time the next budget is read, we will have transferred more than 1 trillion shillings to 47 county governments. That is at least double the constitutional minimum of 15% of shareable revenue that the Constitution recognizes. The transition arrangements for our people and the identification and transition of assets and liabilities are close to being complete. The facilitation of county governments has been effected through the National Capacity Building Framework for county governments. And also, the critical oversight functions of the National Treasury, the Senate, the Controller of Budget, and the Auditor General have have ensured that systems and persons are also accountable and transparent. Sure, over the period, some have been left unhappy by findings of impropriety and financial mismanagement. But in fact, these findings, I believe, only reflect the fact that the system which track the spending of public money are in good working order. That is how we keep leaders honest and accountable, and that is how we serve the Kenyans who sent us here, and that is indeed how we must continue to make a success of devolution. We have also established intergovernmental mechanisms to support devolution, and through these, we have seen better consultation than was at the beginning, and closer cooperation between national and county governments. It would be idle to pretend, of course, indeed as Munya has said, that it has been smooth sailing. We have had our disagreements indeed. We have had our differences, but that's life in a democracy. We need to just pick up and move on. And truth be told also, working relations between my government and the counties has largely been warm. I am pleased, especially by the spirit of cooperation that has existed between the two tiers of government in the face of the troubling drought, for example, which parts of the country have had to endure. The infrastructure laid on by many of the counties in terms of boreholes, water pans, ambulances, and so on, has saved lives. On the part of the national government, the substantial emergency funding provided through the Ministry of Devolution, Ministry of Water, the Department of Livestock, and our investment and social safety net program, as well as medical infrastructure, have eased the burden of this disaster on our people. That is a clear sign of close cooperation. In this, as in many other instances, the national and county government are working together to save lives and to bring development, growth, and jobs. Indeed, Kenyans across the country have benefited from our partnership in healthcare. Together, we have improved medical service delivery. Maternal deaths and infant mortality rates have fallen, proof that the joint free maternity program between the national and county government does work. The medical equipment scheme, in which nearly every county has played a part, has given Kenyans access to life-saving screenings for cancer and other diseases. And we will continue to work together, because at the bottom line for all of us, ladies and gentlemen, is that when we work together, Kenyans will definitely do better. That, ladies and gentlemen, does not mean that we have not had challenges. One of the challenges that we share together has been the persistent doctors' strike. We are all committed to a fair resolution to this dispute, fair to the Kenyans who pay for medical services. It must be fair to the doctors. It must also be fair to other public servants. Doctors occupy a very special place in our republic, alongside other public servants, the military, the police, civil servants, all who save and protect Kenyan lives. Doctors have our respect. But we also need to clarify about the consequences of their strike. The better off still have access to doctors' care, while poorer Kenyans must do without. Some of these doctors are still practicing in their own private clinics. There is no fairness in that. But it is also clear to me that the doctors' grievances will not be addressed by creating new grievances of their own. Because quite simply, two wrongs have never, ever made a right. There is a better way to do this. Fairness and compassion are at the heart of the medical profession. But other Kenyans also have legitimate concerns. Fairness to you as doctors cannot come at the expense of fairness to other Kenyans. It must be remembered that yours is a calling. Your duty is to serve all, to protect and to care for all. My government wants you to have the very best conditions and not just for you, but for your patients as well. Yet our aim to bring world-class care to Kenya cannot be realized immediately. You must remember that we still remain a developing country with a long way to go. We're not going to be able to achieve what you want overnight. Right now, it seems to me that the doctors should pay attention to our national circumstance, and it seems to me that they should remember the higher duty to protect life. It seems to me that it would be wise for them to be guided by patience and practicality. And I need to say here quite clearly that if this round that they are now engaged with our religious leaders fails, we will be in a bit of a problem with them, and it's very clear. And we will sort them out. This one, no. Having said that, I want to commend the clinical officers and nurses who continue to turn up to work every day. Your service is appreciated by a grateful nation. You know, you have to recognize, I'm sorry to deviate, you have to recognize, we are paying these people and we have offered these people more money than even doctors in the private sector receive. An intern today is being offered more money than a medical practitioner working at Nairobi Hospital, Aga Khan Hospital, Mata Hospital. Kwani hii watu wanaona sisi ni wajinga namna gani? It cannot be. And only for working 2 hours a day in a government hospital, and then they run to do private practice in their clinics. This is blackmail, and we are not going to entertain it. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to point out a big challenge that is going on around us. It is having a big impact on the country, counties, and households. The Last Mile project connecting Kenyan households and businesses to electricity is changing our lives. Kenyans who had never had the benefit of switching on lights in their own homes can now flip the switch. The electricity penetration has increased to nearly 60% now, from about 27% in 2013. That means better results for our children in our schools. It means our streets, our towns, our homes are safer. It means many small businesses can stay open longer. This is what transformation looks like. This is what building communities also looks like. We have also managed to sharply reduce the blackouts that were once so common. More reliable access to electricity for more Kenyans. This is benefiting county economies and our national development. I urge all governors and county governments to strongly support our efforts and to help your constituents take advantage of this vital program. I also want to commend very heartily the good work that has been done by county governments, the governors, and their officials, as well as members of county assemblies who have taken their work seriously. Together, you have delivered services needed by our people, and on behalf of all Kenyans, I want to thank you for the good works that you have indeed undertaken. That work has gone well because by and large, people of goodwill have accepted a basic truth. Both levels of government are distinct, but ultimately complementary. The Constitution has delineated functions for the 2 levels of government and has clearly outlined the powers and operations of each. National government has been tasked with policy formulation and standard setting, service delivery in a number of key areas. Service delivery in a number of key areas is the province of our county governments. This division of roles is designed to achieve operational efficiency, and we would serve Kenyans well if we respected that division of labor and let the Constitution remain as our guide. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing truly worthwhile ever comes easy. Devolution is no exception. We have challenges with which we must deal. Kenya continues and remains indivisible. Out of many people, of different regions, religions, different tongues, and ethnic communities, we have forged a nation. But yet time and again, we see ethnic polarization and discrimination in some counties. There is not one county that is not multi-ethnic and multi-religious. How can it be that some of us still refuse to embrace every Kenyan? After all, no single group has a monopoly on solutions or ideas or excellence. The matter is particularly pressing as the election draws nearer. It is our duty as leaders to remind every Kenyan that someone who does not share your mother tongue or your religion can ably represent your interests. It is our duty as leaders to bring Kenyans together and not to divide them. It is our duty to build our communities and our nation and not to tear it apart. So it is particularly unpleasant to see, as the elections approach, new cases of intimidation and even violence to shape local political dynamics. Every public servant at county and national level has a special responsibility to root out this kind of conduct wherever it may be found. I have pledged to do my utmost to ensure that Kenyans are protected from intimidation, incitement, and violence, and I think it's time for the governors to join me in quite explicitly committing to this campaign to protect Kenyans from those who would do harm to them. The coming general elections will be robustly contested, especially at the MCA and governor level. Hata sisi na wengine tutapigana, lakini it is for us, all of us, to act and speak privately and publicly in ways that honor our country. Don't let the words of our anthem that we sing every day that tell us, Kenya inastahili heshima, sisi tuongee heshima. Do your words and actions, especially this year, bring honor to this republic. Kenyans and the world are watching us as leaders. It is time for us to show that our leadership is equal to their expectations. It is time for Kenyan leaders to truly honor the republic. For myself, and indeed I will endeavor for the party that I lead, to look forward, and we do look forward, to a free, fair, credible, and democratic process, and indeed we are ready for the elections in August. We call upon national and county officials across the country and all parties to work with the IEBC in an open, transparent manner that supports Kenyan democracy but does not undermine it. It is important to say this because it is up to us as leaders to lead. We are the ones who are called upon to defend our democracy. So I ask you all, and not just the leaders gathered here today, but those also watching or listening at home, as well as those who hope to take leadership positions next year. Let us all work together, ensure we follow the law, and let us all work for transparency, peace, stability, and unity of our country. Our democracy is precious. Let's show Kenyans that you are worthy to lead by protecting and honoring that democracy. And let me today close by joining all the governors here and all those present in paying tribute to a leader who honored this republic. In this case, I speak of the late Governor Nderitu Gachagua, a dedicated public servant who served with distinction and whom we mourn. May the good that he did long outlive him. Governors, ladies and gentlemen, the truth is, devolution is a great journey whose end is the freedom and prosperity of the people of this great country, Kenya. We have begun the journey, but we are not yet at its end. I ask God's blessings and his guidance for all of us who have had the privilege to be chosen to lead our people on this journey. May he light our way, may he give us the courage always to keep going, however rocky the path. I say God bless you and God bless Kenya. Asante sana.
For Your Excellency, it will be fine, Your Excellency. We request you most humbly to help us launch the Council of Governors Strategic Plan and also the Performance Management Framework for county governments. We will do it by pressing on that remote to the screens, Your Excellency, where we will have, and here we go, there we have it. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. The strategic plan and the performance management framework for county governments. I most humbly request the Chairman County of Governors to present a copy of the strategic plan, also of the performance management framework, and also the inaugural speeches by the county governors to His Excellency the President. And then I request Your Excellency, sir, yes, to the Speaker of the Senate, on behalf of Judiciary, to the Deputy Chief Justice, to Waziri, Devolution and Planning, and to the visiting Minister from India. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I will now request that we all be upstanding for the national anthem. Oh, yes, the governor will now present a copy of the inaugural speeches signed by the Chairman, Council of Governors. These are the speeches, the inaugural speeches made by the county governors as they took over office after election. There we have it. And I now most humbly request Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we stand for the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. I request the rest of us to remain standing as His Excellency leaves at his pleasure. I am advised we are welcome for lunch, and we have an arrangement where we have cans to take us to the various lunch points. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good afternoon.
Ya kongamano hili la 4 la ugatuzi mwaka huu 2017, na ndio kama hivyo basi, kwa sasa hivi rais anaondoka ukumbini pamoja na magavana na wageni wengine ambao tunafahamishwa kwamba wanakwenda kwa chakula cha mchana halafu watarejea kwa kikao kingine mwendo wa saa 10 jioni hivi. Na ni wengi ambao wamezungumza, lakini pengine tuangazie hotuba ya rais. Niko na mwenzangu hapa Bridget Ngana. Nafikiri ukisikiza ama ikiwa umekuwa makini na hotuba ya rais, nafikiri chamno amezungumzia swala ambalo limetatiza ugatuzi na ni sekta ambayo iligatuliwa, sekta ya afya, hususan mgomo wa madaktari. Sasa hivi akisisitiza kwamba madaktari hawana budi ila kukubali kile walichopewa kwa sasa hivi na serikali, ikiwa ni nyongeza ya mshahara pamoja na makubaliano mengine katika ule mkataba wao kwa sasa wa ukubali kama ilivyo, na mapendekezo ama pendekezo la serikali kuhusiana na marupurupu yao na mshahara. La sivyo anasema kwamba hakusema ni hatua gani itachukuliwa, lakini ni kana kwamba hili jambo limemkera kwa muda mrefu na hivi sasa anaona kwamba lazima kuwe na kikomo